Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our final installment of Doing Business with ODOT, and this is for Region 5. I hopefully am sharing the agenda for today's meeting.
We can see it. Thanks.
Perfect. Let me also pop it in the, oh wait, can I not see where's the chat? Meeting controls. Oh, well, that's frustrating. I will pop it in the chat here shortly as soon as I am not showing my screen. But as you can see, here's just a little bit of a rundown for at least the first part of the day, which includes the next 15 minutes of just kind of a welcome and overview technology check. So for those of you that are here right now, I appreciate your attendance. And we will actually get this all kicked off and started in about 15 minutes. So feel free to wrap up your emails, get yourself a coffee, tea, water. And we will be starting with the ODOT Procurement Office. We'll be the first ones presenting at 9:15. So you got about the next 15 minutes to get yourself prepared and ready for an amazing day of information and presentations from our Office of ODOT. Sorry, apparently my coffee hasn't kicked in yet either. So I'm gonna go refill my coffee and I will be right back. As I said, the next 15 minutes are just kind of getting things started if you've just joined us. So thank you so much, and we will get going here shortly.
Good morning, all. This is Zach Cartwright. I'm the second presenter. Thanks, Holly, for the quick introduction. I just wanted to kind of iterate something that would help us presenters out. So if you guys are listening, if you can please type in your business name and the type of business that you conduct within the chat function, that would really be able to help us presenters kind of navigate toward our discussion directed toward those types of businesses to best help both of us out. So again, within the chat function, if you can type in your business name and then also the scope of work that your business does, us presenters would really appreciate it. Thank you all.
Okay, just a few minutes out, just recapping because we've had a few more people join that we will be getting started in about 1 minute-ish. And if you haven't had a chance to, if you could please put the name of your business and then what it is that you do in the chat. It really helps our presenters know the audience that they're speaking to and be able to give relevant examples to your businesses that you have. We may not hit yours exactly, but we'll try to get in the ballpark of it. So again, we're going to start in just a few minutes. I do appreciate your patience and we will be getting going soon. Okay, we are at 9:15, so I will go ahead and stop sharing my screen. At the beginning of the chat, to scroll all the way up, I did post the agenda into the meeting or into the chat so that you can grab that and check on it throughout the day. So we are first starting with the ODOT Procurement Office and starting officially with the Region 5 Procurement with Joni. Are you there?
I am here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joni Siravatka. I'm a procurement specialist with the ODOT Procurement Office. I'm covering for a coworker today. The normal procurement specialist for Region 5 is Kevin Cassidy, but he's out of the office today. So I do the same type of work. I just cover the Bend Klamath Falls area. So I will do my best to get you relevant information today, but I did leave Kevin's contact information at the end of this my presentation that I'll show in just a moment. And I'll also put my contact information in the chat once I'm done so that you guys can contact either one of us and we will get you pointed in the right direction. So I am going to get my presentation up and going. Give me just a second.
Perfect. Looks great.
All right, up and running. Here we go. So again, I'm Joni Siravatka covering for Kevin Cassidy, and this is specific to our Region 5 area. ODOT is, oops, here we go. Advance my slide. ODOT is broken up into 5 different regions. You can see Region 5 up here on this map. We have the largest land area, but we're very spread out. So we have Kevin that covers that whole area for questions and different things. The next one I'm going to show you is a little bit small, but once you are able to see the slide deck, hopefully you'll be able to zoom in and see the specific areas and what is covered in each county. ODOT has lots and lots of outsourcing opportunities through quite a few different programs. And some of the next presenters will cover some of these in more detail, but I'll mention them here. We've got highway and bridge construction, and that one will be covered in more detail later. We do a lot of trade services contracting. We do professional architect and engineering services, which will be covered by another presenter. General construction services, goods, and consulting services. And those consulting services, I saw quite a few of you on there. Looks like you may fit into some of those. And again, a coworker will cover those in more detail. So if you provided, if you construct, if you build, ODOT most likely purchase it in some capacity. What I focus on is mostly trade services, goods, and public improvements, and same thing for Kevin. We have a few different programs that we do that under. I don't know if most of you have heard of the Emerging Small Business Program. I believe a future presenter is going to cover more on that, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but it is a set-aside program for emerging small businesses, and they do have to be certified in that program. There's a whole certification process that you go through, and then you show up in a database that we can search, and we put out projects that are restricted only to those ESB certified firms. So it's a great way to limit the competition to everyone kind of playing in the same field. You know, we're getting all these smaller businesses in there. Sometimes it's their first opportunity being a prime contractor for ODOT. So it's, you know, a little bit, it gets work out there to door to you guys, and also builds contractors relationships with ODOT and gives them a chance to move on to bigger projects if that's what they so choose. We purchase a lot of goods, everything from sanding rock clear up to fleet equipment, you know, large vehicles, and, you know, cleaning supplies, office products, you know, all of those types of things would fall under our goods purchases. Trade services, that would be more the landscaping, electricians, any of those types of, some fencing repair, some guardrail repair. Some of those are put out as trade services, some crack sealing things that we do when we're not actually constructing, but we're maintaining some of those things that we already own, that we already have constructed. Our facilities construction and maintenance projects are typically to facilities that we already have constructed. We have a lot of older buildings spread out all over the state. We do a lot of window repair. We replace garage doors, upgrade lighting so that it's more efficient and more cost effective. So a lot of those facility things are remodeling of older facilities. We do some new construction as well. I know right now, Kevin has advertised they're building a new maintenance station in Beecham. So that's a big project that will be, or that is out there advertised right now. So if you are in that arena, go out to Orpin and take a look at that. State-funded public works projects kind of cover some of those other facilities and trade services projects. Right now, and this is all subject to change as of July 1, everything is advertised out, well, most everything is advertised out on Orpin. So you can go out and search for the different opportunities, see what's out there, and then follow the instructions that are contained in those documents for submitting your bid. But one of my coworkers is going to be giving more information later on. Orpin is switching over to Oregon Buys. So if you have not already, please take a look at Oregon Buys, make sure you get registered so that you don't miss any of those opportunities that are coming out that will start to be advertised out there July 1. An insider tip is ODOT is a little bit different than some of the other state agencies in that we have some delegated authority that we do not have to put all of our projects out on Orpin. Or we can up to $100,000 if they are a goods or trade services project, we can directly solicit 3 bids. And a lot of our local maintenance managers have the delegated authority to do that on their own. So they would not be coming to Kevin or I to put out on Orpin. They're just going to solicit 3 bids on their own. So it's very important if you guys have some of these, if you provide some of these services, if you have products out there, that you get to know these local folks in your area so that when they are making those calls, they know to include you in their list of calls. This document or this link here will take you to a list of all of our districts. I'm hoping this will pop up seamlessly here. Looks like it's going to. We don't put in names of the maintenance managers because then no one has to keep up that list as people move in and out of positions, but you can take a look, see there's a location in LeGrand. It's got a phone number. I wouldn't recommend using the fax number. A lot of people are kind of moving away from that, but there's one in Pendleton. You know, there's the Dalles. Anywhere you want to travel, anywhere your business feels like you could be useful, provide useful services or goods to ODOT. You know, you can make those initial contacts with the maintenance managers. When you're calling those offices, a lot of times you're going to get an administrative person answering that frontline phone, and they may not necessarily want to pass your name on, but just, you know, ask for the maintenance manager, ask for the person who handles bidding out for whatever type of service it is, and just tell them you want to make sure you get on their list, give them a little information about your company, and you should be able to get onto those call lists. So I talked a little bit about our thresholds. We have direct purchases, which is up to $10,000, and we're not required to obtain any bids. So those maintenance managers, they can just pick up the phone, call someone directly, say, I know you provide landscaping services. We need this work done. You know, we've got a couple dead trees. We need you to come remove them. They don't need to get bids. We say as a best practice, we always encourage people to get bids just so that we're getting, you know, that we're being good stewards of state funds, but it is not a requirement. And sometimes in a timeliness situation, they will just, you know, pick up that phone and call someone. We call intermediate purchase threshold is $10,000 to $100,000. And those are for goods and trade services. And so these, some of them you will see posted out on ORPN, and some of them will be done by the maintenance managers. And again, that's where we're required to get 3 bids or posted out on ORPN so that everyone can see it and has the opportunity to bid. Those may come in a couple different forms, and I'll talk about that a little bit more on a later slide. But again, so in that threshold, some of them you will see on ORPN, and some of them will be a direct solicitation either by phone or by email. Any purchases above 100,000 or public improvement projects will typically be out on ORPN. 100,000, it's a requirement that they're posted on ORPN, which will soon be Oregon buys. And then our maintenance folks out in the districts do not have delegated authority to do public improvements, just because there's some different rules surrounding those types of purchases. So we keep those centralized to our office. So you would be seeing those through Kevin or I or coworkers in other regions. So procurement documents and our submittal process. When we use an invitation to bid, we are considering just price. So that's when we're putting out either a public improvement, which you may see as a lump sum bid to remodel the restroom in the region headquarters, and we just want you to give us a lump sum price. And then we're going to take that lowest bidder who meets all of our minimum qualifications, which would include, you know, providing references for projects of similar size and scope, but we're not necessarily taking into account other items besides price. If we are doing multi-line items, you know, like on some of our projects, especially once we get out into some of our highway construction work, you know, you'll see bid items for flagging and maybe asphalt and signs, all those different line items. Typically, we award based on the total overall bid price. Sometimes in that award, method of award notification, in that invitation to bid, we'll say we will, we will award based off of the items we select for awards. Sometimes we do that based on a limit of budget. You know, and if anyone has further questions about that, I'm happy to answer them after we're done here. A request for bid is a more informal document, and that will usually be used for our projects that are under $100,000. They're a little bit simpler. They don't require quite as much time to fill out and submit. That way we can get those smaller projects out the door quicker, and it's not quite as time consuming for the bidders to prepare those documents for us. A request for proposals is used when we want to evaluate items other than price, maybe the experience of the workers who will be proposing on those, who would be working on those. We're looking at professional licenses. We're looking at timeliness of delivery of services. We want to score the references, those types of things. So that one will not be based on price alone. It will be on other factors, and those will all be very well laid out in that document. A request for quotes is very similar to a request for bids, but typically I see those as more of a phone quote when one of those maintenance managers just picks up the phone and calls and asks, doesn't really provide any document through email and just asks for your price over the phone. We are currently not using electronic submittal through ORPN. There has been a few issues with that, and we've had trouble, had some failed solicitations because of some issues with that. So we are not currently using that, but once we transition over to Oregon Buys, we will be getting electronic submittals through ORPN, or excuse me, through Oregon Buys. We're hoping that that will be a smooth process and that will be an easy transition for everybody. Currently, we are getting all of our bids, both formal and informal, through email submittal. And once Oregon Buys comes into effect, I believe we will no longer be accepting email submittals. So again, make sure you go out and get registered for Oregon Buys and get familiar with that system. And I know Kayla will talk more about that a little bit later on. Our bid and award information, again, I feel bad telling all of you this because it's going to change so much in just a month, but right now it's available on ORPN for the ones that are not done by those maintenance managers directly. They don't post their bid and award information on ORPN, but anything that is done by Kevin or I, you will see the bid documents out on ORPN. You can download all of the attachments. Once we receive those bids, we'll put out a preliminary bid tabulation. And then once we determine the award that we're going to move forward, we'll post that bid tabulation again with our intent to award notice. And then once the contract is finalized, that contract will be out there also on ORPN. So you could go out and search and see what contracts have been awarded. If you're looking, trying to figure out, does ODOT use the type of service I provide? Do they buy the goods that I have? You can go out there and do a search for those types of things and just see, who and what might be needed out there. So I know that was kind of a very quick overview of everything. Does anyone have any questions? I don't know if I can see the chat.
Hey, Joni and Zach, we don't have anything in the chat yet.
Okay, great. Again, mine is pretty straightforward. I will put my contact information into the chat afterwards, and feel free to contact me if you have any questions or if you have anything to follow up on. If not, here is Kevin Cassidy's email address, and feel free to contact him again. Thank you for joining in with us today, and hope you enjoy the rest of the presentations.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Zach Cartwright, and as Joni is transitioning out and I'm transitioning in, just want to introduce myself. I'm the Risk and Compliance Analyst for ODOT within the Procurement Office. So risk, today we're going to be going over risk management considerations that ODOT takes into consideration and that you as a contractor should also take into consideration. We'll be going over a lot of information that regards. To introduce myself a little bit further, I do have a special place in my heart for Region 5, as I did spend some time working and living in Region 5, most namely Baker City. So if there's any of you in Baker City, I really enjoyed living there. That was a great place. And I really enjoy Region 5, great location and scenery. So I'm gonna stop sharing my video and then I will jump to share my screen. And can you guys see that?
Yes, we can see it, Zach.
Yep.
Awesome, thank you. Perfect. Again, my name is Zach Cartwright, and today we'll be going over risk management considerations for ODOT projects. So my goal of this presentation is to provide a lot of clarification on questions that I commonly get, if you will, from the industry. And the industry being our individuals that we work with, our contractors, our consultants that we work with, and if there's questions in regards to indemnification language, if you will. Which we'll be going over, I go over that information and provide clarification of what that information is. So we're going to jump into what risk management is first. So the risk management process is one that is a very thoughtful process. And this is something that you as a contractor or consultant should be utilizing as well, as it's very well identified and very useful to everybody's business, no matter what they do, in my opinion. So first, we have to identify or recognize uncertainties or risk, which could potentially impact the achievement of our business objectives. And we'll be going over our business objectives in a little bit as well. The second step is we assess and prioritize. So once we identify or recognize those uncertainties, we need to really assess and prioritize and apply a coordinated, cost-effective effort to minimize, monitor, and control those risks. The next step is to evaluate solutions. So once we have identified, we've kind of assessed and prioritized, gain more understanding of that, if you will, we need to evaluate our solutions. So we can do that by mitigating, transferring, tolerating, or terminating to control the undesirable risks, or really benefit from the realization of risk opportunities. And I'll give you a great example. An environment that we live in right now is COVID. And with the different regulations and uncertainties, some businesses out there have really been able to be flexible in this environment and have really been able to succeed in this environment. So if you will, that is a risk that is out there that is undefined at times, that a business that is flexible can really utilize their positioning, their flexibility, and be successful in this environment. So we need to look at things as opportunities as well. The next step is to implement solutions. So in this one, we need to really thoughtfully and methodically understand the cause and effects of implementation. So regarding the evaluation of the solutions, with the implementation of the solutions, we need to look at how it's going to cause or affect different parts of our business or other people's business or our contracting or other variables out there. So we really need to gain an understanding of those solutions and what would happen if we do implement those solutions. And to help gain more of an understanding of that, the next step is monitoring and reporting. And here we use value add data and matrix to gain more of an understanding of our solutions that we implemented. And if they're working, if they're not working, how can we adjust them? Should we remove them, implement something else? This data or reporting, if you will, helps gain a better understanding of, from the beginning, step one, all the way through implementing our solutions and what that's causing or affecting. And I do have a note here, don't just measure to measure. Yeah, I'm a data guy myself, and data is awesome, but there's a lot of time and effort that can go into capturing data. So we need to really be cognizant and understanding of the data that we really need, that value add data, rather than just capturing data that isn't necessary or doesn't really add value. Yeah, some data would be cool to have, but is it really worth the time? So we need to be cognizant of that. Now, if you will, to me, one of the most important parts is this last part. And it's not a step because it's something that happens throughout the process, or should. And that's awareness, which is at the very bottom. So here, awareness, we need to bring and provide awareness throughout the risk management process to maximize our success. So if you will, identifying. So we need to bring awareness from the bottom up to understand what that risk or risk exposure is. And sometimes we don't understand it, but there are people in our business or contacts that we have that understand it more. So that communication, that awareness. The next one, assess or prioritize to evaluate solutions, implement solutions, monitoring and reporting. This is all communicating, all bringing awareness to the parties that are involved, which we would have more buy-in, we'd have more understanding of the risk exposures, and we'd have great ideas, that diversity of thought, great ideas in order to evaluate the solutions and really implement the solutions and understand that cause and effect. So awareness is a huge puzzle piece, if you will, to this puzzle. Now, the next item that we're going to talk about is something that most people haven't really heard, and it's called risk appetite. What is your risk appetite? And when you're asked that, it's hard to kind of define when you're initially asked that, but really what risk appetite is, what are you in the business of doing? And here, ODOT is in the business of doing, and I'm just going to read our mission statement. We provide a safe and reliable multimodal transportation system that connects people and help organs, communities, and economy thrive. Now, if you read that mission statement, risk is inherent in everything that we do. Now, I'm not asking you to be completely risk adverse, because then you wouldn't be doing anything. Again, risk is inherent in everything that you do, in your personal lives, in your working life. It is inherent in everything, but it's how you understand that risk, how you identify that risk, how you mitigate that risk, which helps you become responsible and safe. And I will say, and this is something I want to continue to say throughout my presentation, I'm going to thank you all for each and everything that you do, because without you, we would not be able to accomplish our mission statement. Every single thing that you guys do is a puzzle piece to our mission statement. So now I want to extend our mission statement to you, if you will, because we do a lot of business with contractors, consultants, trade services in order to reach and meet our mission statement. So really, you're a huge part of our mission statement and to helping Oregon's communities and economy thrive by really providing that safe and reliable multimodal transportation system. Okay, now risk, if you will, we have at the bottom left, designing, engineering, constructing bridges, high risk item. To the right, a little bit lower risk, but there's definitely safety involved in maintenance of our highways. And safety is very, very important to ODOT. And we want each and every one of ODOT's employees, team members, if you will, and our contractors and consultants to go home safe every single day. And there's practices and policies that we have in place in order to make this and understand that this is a very, very important role in what we do in our risk understanding to mitigate, reduce that risk. And I saw in the chat system that we have different businesses that focus on that type of safety. And I applaud you. That is very, very important. Now, the top right, this kind of reminds me, if you will, of Cabbage Hill. I drove over Cabbage Hill in Region 5 a lot. And that hill requires a lot of maintenance, as you all know, I'm pretty sure. So ODOT is out there and we're maintaining the roads during the most difficult seasons in Oregon. So yeah, there's definitely a risk inherent in that, but we do this to provide that safe and reliable multimodal transportation system. In top left, we have Amtrak. And Amtrak, we being ODOT and trying to provide multimodal transportation systems, work with Amtrak in order to provide different types of transportation for people, for Oregon's economies to thrive. Okay, now we're going to get into some very kind of gray areas, if you will, of the contracting, that within the language of the contract and with my communication in this doing business with ODOT and my direct communication with contractors and consultants, I tried to clarify. So here we have contract requirements, and here we're addressing the scope and risk exposures. So the first one is risk mitigation. We talked a little bit about risk mitigation, but risk mitigation is really identifying that risk. And then eventually, after we assess and prioritize, we evaluate solutions to mitigate that risk. So is that something that we're going to do, that we have to do? And if we do need to work with that risk exposure, are we properly handling it? Are we properly disposing of it, or whatever it is? How do we work with that risk exposure in order to reduce the risk of that inherent exposure? And one of the examples I want to give, and I saw a couple geotech firms and hazardous material remediation firms out there, which I really, really appreciate. I want to pick on you guys a little bit, if you will, with the examples that I provide. So one of the risk mitigation strategies that we have with that is within our standard spec, our contract language, we properly identify that there should be certifications required of those individuals that are handling those materials, properly containment of any work zone with those materials, properly handling of those materials, and also proper disposal, identification, definitely, I forgot identification, sorry about that, proper disposal of those hazardous materials as well. The next one, there is, let me just put it this way. I want to clarify what this means. So we have the indemnity clause, which is also termed the hold harmless clause. And this is language that is in all state contracts, not just ODOT, all state contracts. And this is language that should be in your contract with your contractors as well. So what this does, or what this says, is when we're contracting with a contractor consultant, we ask them, the contractor consultant, to hold ODOT harmless. Now we're only asking them to hold ODOT harmless in relation to the consultant or contractor's activities, not ODOT activities, We are not asking you to hold ODOT harmless in regards to our own activities, just yours. So if you cause bodily injury, property damage, or financial loss to an individual or entity, if you will, in the scope of this contract, we're asking you to be responsible for that. And if ODOT, let's just take into consideration a construction contract, and ODOT goes on the construction zone, and ODOT harms bodily injury or property damage, a third party, ODOT is going to be responsible for that. So really this indemnity clause, if you will, is a line. We're asking you to be responsible for your actions, and we are saying that we're going to be responsible for our actions. And that's all that the indemnity clause or hold harmless clause identifies. Is it draws that line and just says, hey, you're responsible for yours, we're responsible for ours, and we will step up and be responsible for ours. And we just ask that you do the same. Okay, next one, I want to kind of lump the next two together. So we have disagreements, protests, claims process, and the error and omissions process. Now, this is all contract language in the contract. And our goal, ODOT's goal, within this language is first, we understand that we want to build relationships with you and that this is a partnership. So our goal with this language within these different sections is to solve these issues, whatever issues that we come upon, at the lowest common avenue that we can. Meaning that our contract administrator is working with your contract administrator that identified, if you will, an issue and wants to work at the lowest common level to be able to solve this issue. So we don't have to go to mitigation. We don't have to file a claim against a professional liability policy or anything like that. All this language does is identify steps on how we can work together to solve a problem. Because we're in this through the good times and we're in this through the bad times. And we want to build those relationships and partnerships with you. And to do that, we need to understand, right? We need to address that, hey, there could be some bad times. Maybe there's, a claim or an issue on a contract, or a standard of care was not met. What we're going to do is we're going to identify what wasn't met and work with you on that. And we're going to identify and work with you on the best process moving forward. So we don't have to go through litigation. We don't have to experience legal costs. We don't have to go through insurance policies. We want to work at the lowest common level with you so we can work together now and in the future. Because again, you guys are part of our mission statement. You guys are what help us make us and ODOT and the state successful. So again, I appreciate that. And we as an organization appreciate that. And that's why we have this language in there. Okay, now the insurance provisions. We have bond types and amounts, and those are actually identified by statute for certain contracts. Next, we have insurance types and amounts. Now, insurance types and amounts, we go through a very thoughtful and methodical process in order to identify insurance types and amounts specific to each contract. So there's no blanket insurance types and amounts that are spread over certain types of contracts. We go through a very thoughtful and methodical process on each contract to identify these, because we need to be good stewards of taxpayer funds, and we need to understand what is realistic for you as a company in the scope of work that you do, and in the industry, and in the insurance industry. So we go through a very thoughtful and methodical process to identify those. And I'll show you a couple of screenshots in regards to our insurance risk assessment tools that we utilize to help us go through this process. Now, within our insurance documentation requirements, whenever we identify the insurance types and amounts within our contract, we ask for a certificate of insurance, endorsements, or other documentation to provide for you and your insurance broker to provide to ODOT for us to understand that you have and meet the insurance requirements in the contract. Now, I will say that the insurance requirements that are in the contract, most likely you're already in the business of doing what we've solicited for and what you're bidding on, right? So if you're a geotechnical firm or hazardous material firm and you're bidding on that scope of work, most likely you're already in the business of doing that. And most likely you already have these insurance types and amounts in place. So that's a great key factor there. Usually, typically, you're in the business of doing that already. So we're just asking you to provide that insurance information to us. Now, two additional things that we ask for, and I will let you know, every state agency asks for this in their contract, not just ODOT, but every state agency and local agency. And you should be as well within your contracts. You should be asking for these as well. And this is an industry standard. So additional insured endorsements. Now I want to clarify what additional insured is. So whenever ODOT contracts with you as a consultant or contractor, we ask to be named as an additional insured on your commercial general liability and automobile liability policy. And if there's a pollution liability policy as well. Now what this says is we jump back up to the indemnification information, indemnification clause. What this says in regards to your insurance is that if you are responsible for that, basically your insurance being added as an additional insured is going to remove ODOT from that claim. So let me roll through a scenario. We're going through the construction zone again. You as a contractor accidentally causes bodily harm or property damage to an individual. When they go on the highway and there is construction work on that highway and they get an attorney after they've been hurt, bodily injury or property damage, they're not only going to sue the contractor, they're going to sue ODOT. And the contract is public information. So when they sue the contractor and sue ODOT, ODOT is going to say, this is the contractor was at fault here. And we're named as an additional insured on the insurance for the contractor. So please remove us from this claim. And that's all that does. So the primary non-contributory language, this is very, very important as well. And both of these kind of go hand in hand. And again, these are industry standards within contracts. And you should be asking for this within your contracts with your contractors as well. So primary non-contributory says that if you are 100% liable, right, and you own up to it, if you're 100% liable, your policy is going to be first. So it's going to represent $1 to whatever limit your policy is. And it's not going to look for any contribution to the additional insured's insurance. So it's not going to tap on ODOT's shoulder and say, hey, we want you to contribute to this claim. That is, again, if you are 100% responsible. Now let's throw a different situation out there. We're both responsible, ODOT and the contractor or consultant. ODOT is going to own their percentage that they're responsible for, and we just ask that the contractor owns their percentage. And that's it. So if there's any questions on this at the end or further, feel free to contact me and I'd be happy to clarify even further. Okay, now let's jump into different types of insurance. And we're going to go through these as what is mostly required in our contracts and kind of additional coverages. So insurance types and amounts. We have workers' compensation, which everybody should have. It's required by statute. So workers' compensation provides wage replacement and medical benefits to employees injured in the course of employment. And again, this is by statute. So if you have like a family-run business, this might not be applicable to you, but it could be depending on if you have a subject employee working for your business. So please verify that statute and contact your insurance broker. Next, we have employer's liability. So on every single state contract, not just ODOT, every single state contract, we require employer's liability with limits of $500,000. I will let you know the industry standard is $1 million. But we, as being the state, so the state of Oregon, on all their contracts and ODOT, we require $500,000. And that's to help those smaller firms out as well. So typically smaller firms will have about $500,000 and medium, larger, the majority of firms actually have about $1 million worth of coverage. Again, contact your insurance broker and discuss that with them. But this protects the employer from financial loss if a worker has a job-related injury or illness not covered by workers' compensation. So both those kind of go hand in hand within our language, workers' compensation, employer's liability. Next, we have commercial general liability, and every single one of your businesses should have this in place, every single one. And we require it, we as being the state and ODOT, require in all of our contracts with a minimum coverage of $1 million per occurrence, $2 million aggregate. And what this does, this provides coverage for general business risks. So if you have someone at your facility, they slip, trip, and fall, boom, commercial general liability is what steps in place. If you're out in the field and you cause damage to someone or their property, commercial general liability is what steps in place. So next, everybody hopefully should know automobile liability. It's a statute requirement by law for all of us to have automobile liability if we operate an automobile. Now this provides coverage for a driver who, while operating an automobile or vehicle, if you will, harm someone else or their property. So if you're in your vehicle and you accidentally cause an accident, you hit someone's property, a building, or you hit someone else's vehicle, this is what steps in place. Now, the additional coverages that we can ask for depending on the scope of work. So again, we assess each contract, understand the scope of work of that contract, and then identify the specific insurance types that would be applicable to that scope of work. So I have professional liability, and I saw some A&E firms out there, geotechnical firms out there that would most likely require professional liability of them, depending on the scope of work. We also have pollution liability. So we have hazardous material remediation firms out there, and they work with hazardous materials like lead and asbestos and so on. And most likely they already have pollution liability in place. Now, marine liability, working on bridges, and say that we need a barge to operate a crane or whatever, to perform whatever scope of work, to work on that bridge, we work with marine contractors to provide that barge. And they already have that coverage in place. There's drone liability if you're operating a drone and more. Okay, so this is one of our insurance risk assessments. This one is for traditional highway construction. And these first three items, these first two are really on all of our contracts. This middle one, if you will, pollution liability, is not on all of our contracts, so some of them, but these three are more typical than the ones in the additional coverages. So we assess for commercial general liability, automobile liability, pollution liability, and then we go through additional coverages such as marine liability, drone, aircraft, and more. We already talked about some of those as well. So really, when they go through this, they select each section and they go through several different questions in order to address each coverage and what is required. And these are all scope questions in regards to the contract. The next one that I have is an insurance risk assessment for architectural, engineering, and related services. Within this one, we assess for professional liability, commercial general, and automobile liability, and additional coverages. Again, these are most common, and these are not as common. And these are the only two that I'm displaying today. We do have other insurance risk assessments for goods and trade services, and other IT is another one. But these are the only two that I'm displaying today. Excuse me. Okay, so the insurance review. Now we're going to go through the insurance process when we're contracting with you. So the insurance review. So here we verify insurance requirements, the contract insurance requirements, that they are met. So when we work with a contractor or consultant and we say, hey, we would like to move forward with a contract with you. Can you please provide your insurance so that we can verify that your insurance meets the required insurance coverage or the required insurance provisions within the contract? So here we ask for a certificate of insurance and other related insurance documentation. For example, additional insured endorsements and primary non-contributory endorsements. Now, these are provided to the ODOT Procurement Office, or if someone is doing a purchase order, it could be provided to that individual, but this information is provided to you at the time of before contracting. So we have to have this information, verify this information before we can execute the contract. Now, if we're going to the OPO office for this contract, OPO reviews the insurance to verify the contract insurance requirements are met. And if they aren't, or if there's questions, we reach out to you or your insurance broker, and we can work with you and your insurance broker in order to help understanding. And that is a question that I get, if you will, if it's elevated to my position, that if there's some conflict or clarification needs to be provided, I am more than willing and happy to work with you, with someone on your team, directly with your insurance broker, to identify how we can meet these insurance requirements to move forward. Because ultimately, we want to execute a contract with you. We want to work with you. We want to develop that relationship and partnership with you and to continue working with you. Okay, so ODOT Procurement Office communication. Again, in my opinion, communication is huge. The ODOT Procurement Office, they communicate with the ODOT project manager, a contract administrator, also the consultant or contractor, so you guys, and then also the contractor or consultant or contractor's insurance broker, if needed. We are there to help. We are there to help through the process, because the process can be complicated or difficult, and we're there to help break it down into little pieces so that we can accomplish together. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to get this work done. We want to develop those relationships and partnerships and continue working. So we can meet our mission, not meet, because we can never meet. So we can continually obtain our mission statement because it's a continuous goal. Okay, contract administration. So after the insurance requirement review, after we executed the contract, we then move to the contract administration portion of the contract. And I'm going to talk about just a portion of that. So the insurance responsibility as a contract administrator, end of view. So the ODOT contract administrator needs to verify that the consultant or contractor maintains the insurance requirements as required by the contract. And it's your responsibility to provide those insurance requirements, to provide that you're still meeting those throughout the life of the contract or the contract requirements. Now, specialty insurance, here I want to dive into pollution liability, if you will. So with pollution liability on our construction contracts, if it is not in place before execution of the contract, because a contractor has identified that they're going to subcontract that portion of the work out, then before that work happens, the contract administrator verifies that that subcontractor is meeting the insurance requirements for that scope of work. The next part is extended reporting period. So here, and I'll give you an example for professional or pollution liability. Here we ask for tail coverage or extended reporting coverage, or that you provide your current policy is still in place for, typically for professional and pollution liability, it could be 2 years. So this is just providing ODOT your COI, certificate of insurance, saying, yep, I'm still in the business of doing pollution remediation, and here's our policy that provides that we are meeting the contract requirements. Or if you, typically if you go out of business, that's when you actually purchase the extended reporting period or tail coverage, or you were acquired, or there's many various scenarios where you'd purchase that. You provide that information to the contract administrator. Again, we are available and willing to help walk through this. So if there's any confusion or anything, feel free to reach out to your contract administrator. Your contract administrator knows who I am, and they can reach out to me if needed. Okay, so a few more minutes left in the presentation, and I want to go over what is a takeaway. So first takeaway, if you will, is our mission statement. So Oregon's transportation plan. We continue to accomplish our mission statement and our Oregon transportation plan by working with you, by building those relationships and partnerships with you. That is very, very important to us, and that is something that we hold dear, and that's something that we continue to work on. So risk management considerations overview. So contract provisions, we talked about risk mitigation, right? Really identifying, assessing those risks within the contract or that scope, and then identifying how we can mitigate that risk and how we can put in those solutions to reduce the cause or to understand and reduce any negative cause and effect. Indemnity clause, we're asking you to be responsible for your actions, and we're stating that ODOT is going to be responsible for their actions. Disagreement, protest, claims process, also the air emissions process, is contract language. So is the indemnity clause. But this is contract language. And with this contract language, we identify that, hey, we want to work hand in hand with you through the good times, through the bad times. So if there's an issue with a deliverable, with meeting the standard of care or other items, we want to work with you directly rather than having to go through litigation or other instances where it would cost both the taxpayer, ODOT, if you will, or you extra money when we can solve it at a lower level. We'd rather solve it at a lower level and come out the end of it with that deliverable being met and with a stronger relationship. Now, insurance provisions. We talked about bond types and amounts a little bit. Again, those are by statute. So performance bond would be one of those. Insurance types and amounts. So we talked about the insurance types and amounts for the contracts, and that we go through a very thoughtful and methodical process in order to analyze the insurance types and amounts appropriate for that contract. Again, we need to be very cognizant of taxpayer money because insurance costs money, cognizant of the scope of work in the contract, industry standards. And regarding industry standards, that is something that I continually stay on top of, reading claims, litigations, lawsuits, court decisions. I subscribe, if you will, to many different avenues and processes within the insurance industry to understand the movement, because the insurance industry moves a lot. For example, we've seen a lot of fires lately. And because of those fires, the insurance industry has moved a lot on what type of coverage they are providing, what they're now excluding, how much they're now charging for certain insurance. So it moves a lot with claims experience, if you will. We talked about insurance documentation. So we need, in order to identify that you meet the insurance requirements, your certificate of insurance, endorsements, and other insurance documentation, just to verify that you meet those insurance requirements. The next item is contract administration. So we work with the contract administrator saying, hey, the contractor met all the insurance requirements. We're about to execute the contract, or we have executed the contract, and we provide them with that information. And so you and the contract administrator and your contract administrator can move forward with working with one another. So first, I want to say thank you for being here, for taking the time to understand what it takes to do business with ODOT, to understand that we want to work with you, that we have a wide variety of needs to meet and to continue to meet our mission statement. And we want to develop those relationships and partnerships with you. My information is in my PowerPoint. It is also within the schedule that was provided today on the very last page. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to unmute yourself or time in on the chat right now, or feel free just to reach out to me. Thank you all again for your time.
Thank you so much, Zach. And up next, I believe we have Darren.
Yes, I am here. Haley, let me get my presentation up. And see if is that working?
That looks great.
Perfect. Hello, my name is Darren Schmidt, and I'm a procurement and contract specialist with ODOT. Like Joni, I kind of do the same thing, other than I am on the construction unit team. So our team does all of the bridge, highway construction, bids and awards for projects that are basically federally funded and that are on the STIP, or the Statewide Transportation Improvement Program. I did notice most everybody on here looked like they're with A&E firms or consultant firms. So I'll kind of be quick going through my stuff, because you probably won't be bidding on or wanting to get information on the construction projects. So let me get started. And at the end of this also, and included in the slides, there'll be a slide with the email. We have a group email address that goes to, there's 4 of us that are on the construction unit, and sort of just a group email that goes to all of us. So that'll be on the last slide. So here is the top of this one is the address to our website for the construction team. When you pull that up, you're going to get this page here, and all of our stuff is going to be that we do on our team is under the bridge and highway and bridge construction slot. So there's, we'll have the letting schedules, all the notice to contractors that get posted, preliminary bid results, kind of a link to our electronic bid information distribution system. We call it eBids. So for us, this is our Orpin, or as Orpin is now changed into Oregon Buys. So this is what we use for posting all bid documents and stuff. We don't use Orpin, as most of our projects are that we have to use this because the documents and stuff are too big to be posted on Orpin with all the plans and specs. So anyways, that's for bridge and highway construction. Go to eBiz to see what's being bid out and stuff. And on that, it'll only show what projects are being bid. Once the bid closes, it will drop off of the eBid system. And then lastly, there's a bid and award information. So if you go to the on the left there side of the screen, if you go to the bid and award tab and you click on it, you'll pop up this little list of accordion drop downs, and they kind of take you to get the prime contractor application, e-bids, and I'll kind of go down through some of those. So if you click on the prime contractor pre-qualification application, it pulls up here, talks about what's required for prime contractors, and we get a lot of questions. Subs will call in and say, do we have to be pre-qualified? And if you're not going to bid as a prime on a bridge and highway project, you do not need to be pre-qualified with ODOT. It's only for prime contractors. Currently, there's been a $200 filing fee. Right now, it's temporarily suspended due to an executive order that lets us not charge fees on some of our OARs. So that is suspended here for about the next year and a half now. And once that's over, we'll go back to charging $200 for the fee for pre-qualifying, and that the pre-qualification is valid for 2 years. And when we do that, if you're new or adding a class of work, we require 3 references for each class of work. And then when you go to that accordion, there is it's part of the application, but if you want to add, there is another form. You do an addendum and fill that out and get your reference forms and stuff filled out. And then below, you also can go to on that website. There's the pre-qualification application form you got to fill out, and that has to be filled out every 2 years. Except if you already are pre-qualified, you don't have to send in references and whatnot, unless you're adding a class of work. Then if you are new, there is the pre-qualification reference form, and that you can you go and fill out, and you send out to your references for them to fill out and send back to you, and then you turn that in with the application. You can also go do an addendum form. So if you're changing owners, or you want to add somebody new to sign, or you got a new president, you can fill that out and send it in to us. And then also in that accordion, there's the pre-qualified contractor list. So every week that we have a bid opening, we will post a new pre-qualified contractor list Wednesday night. All of our bids close or open on Thursdays at 9 a.m. So we're a little different than like the GTS team, where they can post them on, they pick a day and a time and close them. Ours are always close on a Thursday at 9 a.m. Next is electronic plans and specs. So this is our eBids, which is, like I said before, this is our version of Orpin and soon to be Oregon Buys. And I'm not sure down the road if we will, our bids will be posted to Oregon Buys yet. I think that's still kind of in the works, but for right now, all of our stuff is on eBids. Kind of here, the next slide. There'll be a website here, and this will take you to eBids. This will be changing. We just had a meeting yesterday, and they're in process of making eBids a little bit easier to use, and they're going to change the website address, but we'll have that, posted on our page, and we're going to send out email blast, make sure everybody knows what the new website is for eBids. Once you get into eBids, like I said, it'll only show the current projects that are up for bid or that are still being advertised, and they'll show what dates they bid on, and you can click into them. And once you get into the project, you'll be able to see all of the current documents. So you'll be able to see all the bidding plans, any of the special provisions are listed there, bid book, and then as you go, there'll also be bid reference documents. So, if there's a special asphalt mix they want, or any permits, anything that has to do with the project, they'll also be loaded in there. And this is where you can go when you're in there. You can also see, you can view the holders of plans list. So the holders of plans, that is for the primes to, if they're interested in the project, they'll go and list themselves as a holder of plans. And for primes to be able to bid on these projects, they have to be listed as a holder of plans. They can't just go, bid on the project and not be listed. And then there's also below, you can also register as a holder of informational plans. So that just allows subs to go on there and say, hey, we're interested, and just lets the prime see who wants to be, who's interested in bidding as a sub, and also allows the subs to see who the primes are, and they can contact the primes to see if they are needing quotes for whatever type of work they do. Then also there is a links to eBids. There's also a user guide we have, and kind of like a little frequently asked questions. So if people have problems, like how to set up their account, or why they're not getting loaded, you can go on there and look. Next is Bid Express. So Bid Express is for prime contractors that want to bid electronically on our projects. So we will accept electronic bidders and paper bidders on our projects. One thing nice about the electronic bidding is you don't have to show up at 9 a.m. in Salem and drop off the bid, or express mail it in to get to us in time. It is all ran through. It's called BidX, is the name of the company that we use to do all this stuff. Some of the benefits of Bid Express, you can tell, is one, you don't have to be in Salem at the time of bid opening, but it does allow the bidder to submit a sealed and secured bid online. And once 9 o'clock hits and we start downloading and opening up the bids, all the bidders can go on there and basically see what the bid results are live at the time. A lot of guys will say, well, I haven't seen them yet at 9:20, but if we have 10 projects and there's 5 to 10 bidders on each project, sometimes it can take 15-20 minutes for us to download all the bid results. So it might take sometimes it might take a half hour before they get posted on there, but if there's only one bid for the day, then they usually pop up there in about 5-10 minutes. And by using Bid Express, it kind of lets the bidder make sure all the sections are complete before they're submitting the bids, so they don't get rejected for not sending in their filling out their DBE form and forgetting to turn it in with their paper bid or their SDF form, and just make sure that it's complete. And what's available on our website, there's a kind of a getting started with Bid Express and a little bit of information on the electronic bidding. Next thing you go to is we got award information. So once we've opened bids and we've gone through and we've reviewed them, we'll go in here, and this is where we kind of go and like we will post the preliminary bid results. This is a little different than BidX. BidX will be the same thing, but it's on their website, and this is on the ODOT website. So this is we'll actually post this preliminary bid results, and this one, you know, it usually takes about a half hour or so before we get it posted. By the time we get it all entered in and updated and saved over to the website. Then also down here, we have the notice of intent to award. So we don't send any emails out saying there's a notice of intent to award. Basically, all the bidders, it's their responsibility to check the website and notice, see when this gets posted. Once this notice of intent to award is posted, then the bidders, that lets them know that if they want to protest the award or the intent to award, they have 3 days to do that, and it's only the 3 low bidders that can protest. And then once we get everything read in, we'll post the first tier subcontractor disclosure forms. For us, those are due 2 hours after bid close, so they are due by 11. So we try and have them posted by 11. And once again, if we have a bunch of projects, it may be 11:30 or 12 before we get them posted, just depending on how much time we have. And then we also, on the day of bid closing, we will post the DBE commitment certification forms so that everybody can see what the other primes are using for their DBEs. So that'll be posted on there. And once we send on award, we'll do the bid tabulations. So the other primes can go in and see how their bid tabs compared to each other. And then we have awarded contracts, which just basically states that, the contractor that was awarded and he bid this much, and that it was awarded to them. Next, you go down to the notice to contractors. So on this part, you can go, and this is where all the notices, so it'll say the date it was posted, the bid opening is 3/25/2021, and we posted this notification on 3/4/21, and it's a 3-week ad. And if you click on this, it'll go and it'll talk about the project, kind of a little bit of a synopsis of where what's going on with the project, where it's at, type of work's going to be done, what kind of class of work you need to be pre-qualified in to work on it, who the resident engineer is, his email, so you can email him questions. And at the top of this here, you can you click this, it says sign up to receive updates to this page. So you can sign up and you can get gov delivery notices for this, and people can get, these will be emailed out, so you can see them, once we mail them out. So you'll know, hey, there's a project bidding this week. Now we can go look on here and go in here and see what the project is. So basically that website, so this here shows you your currently advertised projects, and like I said, you can sign up for email notifications, which are for the newly advertised projects. Next is the letting schedule. So on this, you have the 12, up here shows the schedules of upcoming projects. And so here it's like the 12-month schedule. but a lot of people think, well, if it's on here, that's the day it's got to bid. This is just basically a tentative schedule. A lot of projects can be moved. If funding doesn't go through right, it might move out 2 months or whatever. So this basically is just a kind of a little tool for primes and subs to go look at and see what kind of projects are coming up in the near future. But like I said, don't count on those projects going to bid. If they do, they will show up in e-bids on the day of the advertisement date. So e-bids is the place to go to see, if it really is going to be bid, it'll be there. And this is just a little tentative schedule for you to look at. And then down below, we're just going to have a calendar of bid opening dates, which, basically our bid opening dates are like I said, every Thursday at 9 a.m. Unless it's on a holiday week, then we try to, if it's a 4-day week or something, we're not supposed to have bid openings on that day. So, but it'll just kind of give you a little snippet of what's going on. And last but not least here kind of is kind of like a forums and tips and resources page. So like right now, you can get on here where the forms are, like this here. You can just kind of see this is the form. This is the first tier subcontractor disclosure form. So you can go over here and click on it, print it out. There's also you can order contract documents if you're the prime and you've won if you're awarded the bid, you can send in to get contract documents. There's also in this under forms, there's some sample bond forms. Then under the tips and resources, we have the Tribal Employment Rights Ordinance, or TARO. So this will list if you are all the contractors that have taken the class and are TARO certified, as we will have some projects that require the prime contractor to be certified with TARO. So you can go on there and see, verify you're TARO certified, and it'll have some of the links to the tribes and when they're having their classes or how to contact them to get certified. Once again, that's not an ODOT RAN, that is ran by the tribe. So you have Grand Ronde, you have Warm Springs, and Umatilla. So those are the 3 tribes that are required to have TARO certification. Then if you go down to tips, that'll have just a link. I think we have some things in there to like how to avoid being rejected on a bid. And the next link there is resources. So that'll have a link to the Office of Civil Rights, project wage pages. Go to the 2021 standard specs. So if you want to see, download the standard specs, you can go there. You can go and get the qualified product list, just a little bit of everything in there that you're after. And that is about it that I have for the construction and highway side of it. Again, here is this is our team's email address. So that's the best way to get a hold of us, is email that. It'll go to all of us on the team, and one of us will get back to you as soon as possible. And that's all I have. If there's any questions, you can email me or ask me here.
It looks like there's no questions in the chat. I have had a few messages, and somebody did ask where these slides will be posted, and I will be sending out a link once we get them posted online. It is taking a little bit longer because we're posting them with the actual video. This is being recorded so that we can repost this. So if you're not able to watch the whole thing, it will be posted later. And being that it is a 6+ hours Zoom, it does take a little bit of a process to get it uploaded, but you will be receiving an email as soon as it is posted so that you can share it with others. And so that will be online. Thank you so much, Darren, for all of your help with your presentation. So much information. And with that information download, we have a break. So we will be back at 10:35 to finish off some more from the procurement office. So feel free to go stretch, move your body, and be back at 10:35 for our next presenter. All right, so I see that we have Ryan bringing up your slides. Are they giving you a bit of a trouble? I mean, they're visible.
Are you seeing all of them? Because
I see them
on
on
another screen.
I do see them on the right-hand side.
Goodness gracious. Let's try one more time. I'll stop and try again. How about now?
Ooh, looks perfect.
Ah, I love this. I so wish I could see all of your faces. Anyways, I saw a lot in the chat of firms that I am very familiar with and some new ones. And I am so glad you all are in attendance. So today, I'm going to go over the A&E and related side of the house for procurement. My name is Ryan Penhollow. I primarily work in regions 4 and 5 for the A&E procurements. However, I do sometimes dabble in some of the other regions and with the central offices too. But today we're just going to focus on some of the things in A&E and related, as well as the procurement methods. We'll also go over a short list of the projects, which I know will be revisited later today. I believe by Brian Strasser. I may have my contact wrong on that, but I believe that is who will be discussing some of the projects in that. So that may be more in line with what you're looking for project information, because I will not be giving that today, just an overview of procurement methods and resources. So diving in, we will do our best to make sure that this works for you today. Maybe, just kidding. All right, I'm not gonna go ahead and go to this link because you've already seen it today. But I do recommend OPO website, great resource, many things offered there between just information, forms, outreach, that type of thing. So I do encourage you, if you haven't been to that website, visit it. Another thing that I'm going to repeat multiple times is if you don't have approved billing rates already with ODOT, and if you are not already registered for Oregon buys, those are two things that I would put on your priority list if you want to get started doing business with ODOT. That will streamline it for you. And if you have trouble with either of those, reach out to me. I'm happy to help and line you up with the right people so you can either get registered or get billing rates started with our billing rate department. So that being said, moving forward, quick definition of related services, because sometimes these are forgotten, that all of these things fall under our A&E. A couple, I won't read it to you. You all can do that yourself. But a few things that I want to point out: facilities planning, landscaping, testing, material testing, appraisals and cost estimating, hazardous waste, all of these things fall under our A&E services under the quote unquote related section. So that's something to consider. If this is an area that you have expertise in, your firm has expertise in, reach out to our project managers, reach out to our primes as a sub-consultant. These are things that we look for on the small purchase side, or sometimes direct appointments, even pending the funding. So these are areas to review, see if you can provide these services, and then reach out to our ODOT project managers. Let them know you're out there. So first procurement method. This one is very streamlined. It is restricted to state funds only and $100,000 threshold. So as you can tell, small projects, very streamlined. Typically, maybe it's one discipline. I see direct appointments more in facilities related projects because that is their funding source. So they're able to direct appoint for some of their smaller projects. This is one where basically the agency can go out and pick a qualified consultant, basically ask if they have capacity, if they're willing to do the services, capable of doing the services, and then move on to negotiations with them. Once negotiations are complete, they've break down the cost, scope of work, everything's understood, then it moves on to the procurement specialist to draft and execute the contract. So that one's very streamlined. The next method is the small purchase process. And for those of you that are already doing business with ODOT, you have probably seen this a little bit because one, the threshold increased to $250,000, which is great. And it's become a very useful purchase process for things that aren't maybe a full service project. Maybe it's just, currently I've done a lot of these for culverts, for hazmat, those types of things, or even local smaller projects that are full service but don't fit under the price agreement series, which we'll go into, and the reasoning behind that. So these are federal and state funded projects. We can use price agreements. However, it is the contract specialist's responsibility to make sure it's understood how the small purchase process can be used with a price agreement. Some do not allow it to be a work order contract off of it, but it becomes a standalone contract, which is just fine. But that is the contract specialist's responsibility. So in order to move this process, the agency project manager basically does the legwork on it. So they reach out to a minimum of 3 consultants. That is required. Under federal rules, we have got to reach out to a minimum of 3 consultants that are able to provide these services. And just to make sure we are all under on the same page, the A&E and related services are qualifications based. So we aren't looking at price right now yet. We are looking at qualifications that you can do the services, and then the agency can go through. It is not an evaluation team for a small purchase. It is basically a ranking, 1, 2, 3, 4, however many they look at. And typically my APMs send out a request for maybe a 1 or 2 page that they've provided you a couple questions to answer, and they ask for you to return that to them so then they can pick the best qualified consultant for the project. And it could be something where maybe 2 out of 3 consultants just don't have the capacity right now, and that's okay too. But for the small purchase process, then they rank them 1, 2, 3. The APM awards to the top ranked and begins the negotiation process. So again, reviewing scope of work, having the consultant prepare the breakdown of costs, and making sure there's no questions on that, and going through budget and schedule. So small purchase process is, again, another streamlined process, but this one has a higher threshold, 250K, and it's federal and state funded projects. The formal request for proposal. This one has a lot of details to it. And this is for the large projects over $250,000 that don't fit into a price agreement series, or the agencies decided we're not going to go to a price agreement series. We want to open this up to everyone. And that's a choice that the APM or the agency can make. And with that, the RFP is advertised on ORPN currently. Remember, we are switching to Oregon Buys very soon. So that's where you'll see everything. And then it's posted typically a 30-day posting. This one allows for a protest period on the front end. So while it's posted, protest of the RFP, and then we'll have another protest period of 7 days that is after award. So those are two things that can potentially make this a little bit longer. The evaluation process is an evaluation team, minimum of 3 people on that team. And the procurement specialist does a pass-fail and then provides the proposals that have met the criteria to the evaluation team, where they then independently score and provide comment on each proposal. And then the evaluation team reconvenes and discusses the proposals, discusses their scoring, and then comes to an agreement on highest ranked. Again, qualifications based on this one. Once the evaluation team has discussed and confirmed that everybody is on board with the highest ranked, then the contract specialist provides intent to award and post that on ORPN, again, Oregon Buys, soon, to the top ranked proposer. And that's where that second protest period begins. It begins at the time of intent to award. And then at that time, the agency project manager can go ahead and negotiate with the top ranked proposer. They are welcome to negotiate during that protest period. However, in typically how I run my RFPs is if something comes up on a potential protest, then I halt the negotiations until I can mitigate it. But again, that's the contract specialist. It's just more of an understanding for you that these are the things that go on during a formal request for proposal. So negotiations run the same. It's, again, understanding a project scope, schedule, budget, and then consultant fee, which would be what I'm referencing as a breakdown of costs. And that is where those approved billing rates come in. So if you are maybe not a prime on something, you're wanting to get your foot in the door working with ODOT as a sub-consultant to a prime, that is where it will streamline this and make it so much easier for you if you already have those approved billing rates. Because some of these projects are time sensitive, and if that is one thing that you already have, that really helps out and moves things right along, especially for your prime. So the next procurement method, mini solicitations. I saw a lot of firms on there that I recognize. You are all familiar with a mini solicitation. We're going to go through it real quick, just in case. And this is where we typically assign those work order contracts. So we have price agreements, and we have full service, Tulip, we have other ones, but those are the two we'll highlight today. And those price agreements don't have a threshold. We have a funding pot attached to them, but they don't have a specific threshold per project. And mini solicitations, again, only open to those price agreement holders, which the price agreement holders are those that I am calling the prime. The mini solicitation is emailed to the price agreement holders eligible to propose. You won't see this posted on ORPN because again, it's not open to all for participation. It's only open to those that hold the price agreement. The evaluation process is the same as far as scoring, ranking, review, that portion is the same. However, there's not a protest period on the front or the back of a mini solicitation. Once the scoring matrix has been put into place, the evaluation team has reviewed and agreed on the top ranked. Again, notice of intent to award is emailed out to all proposers and awards to that top ranked. And then again, negotiations begin. So diving into the price agreements, the large price agreement that several of you are very familiar with is full service. Full service is multidiscipline. So in the gold here, these are disciplines that fall under full service. Typically a full service project that's solicited under tier A or tier B, which we'll go into next, tier 1 and 2, there'll be multiple disciplines, large, over 150,000 for the design, and typically 3 at least are on a full service. In order to be a full service, if it's just for right of way, for example, that wouldn't go under a full service. The use of these funds is really truly to fit the term of a multidiscipline. So if it was just a single discipline, the procurement office would help to find another method of procurement for a single discipline. But as you can see, a lot of things fall under a full service contract. And sometimes it is quite literally the whole A to Z, and sometimes it's a handful of these. Here are our 2 tiers. So the 2 tiers that we currently have are the A and B firms, which there are 18 on tier A, 11 on tier B. Tier A goes from 150,000 to 750,000. That is the range in which they can participate. So if we have a contract that we are drafting and putting out for a mini solicitation of $275,000, tier A would be our solicitation group. We typically give a courtesy email to tier B that it's out there, but tier A is the only tier that can participate with proposals. Tier B is for 350,000 and above. So if there is anything above 350,000, tier B is eligible for. Again, courtesy email to tier A. However, 350 to 750 is the overlap. So projects that fall in that range are allowed for tier A and tier B to participate with proposals. Again, the contract specialist will determine the tiers and have that conversation with the APM, but that is the current breakdown of how the full service price agreements are used. Now, I know a lot of you are very aware that our hopeful advertise for the new full service price agreements is fall 2021. So, and I, again, saw several names on there. So I'm sure you're all up to date with what's going on with the full service price agreements. You know when outreaches are happening, but if you do not, or if you need an update, Mary Cole is the go-to for full service. She has all the most current information. She is running that solicitation, and I can't say enough about her and how well she handles the full service price agreement series. So if you have questions, if you want to make sure you are getting the latest and greatest, reach out to her. And again, this goes back, register on Oregon Buys so you can be prepared to see these when they come out. The next price agreement that I discussed was, I said TULIP, and I apologize for that. Transportation, Land Use, and Planning. ODOT and our acronyms sometimes, I apologize. So there's 4 different disciplines that fall under the Land Use and Planning, and you can see them here at TSP, the Public Transportation, Bike Ped, and Land Use. So this is another where the agency project manager, contract specialist work together and determine which discipline the solicitation falls best in. And that will be the PA holders that we provide the mini solicitation to. These are again, price agreements. So it would be a mini solicitation. This particular price agreement series does have the ability to do a small purchase off of them that becomes a work order contract. Our full service price agreement series, we can review that price agreement series, but it would not turn into if a small purchase was done off of that, it would not turn into a work order contract. It would be a standalone contract because that goes back to those full service price agreements have a pool of money. We want to make sure that that is used for those larger full service projects. So it's just a different procurement method. The contract specialist will navigate that portion. This is just for hopefully a little bit more understanding of our process. The same goes forth for the walk assignment methods here. The review of initial proposals. This is for a small purchase and it can't exceed 250 if they do a small purchase off of the transportation land use. And it goes the same as the other minimum of 3 proposals and then determine which best meets the needs. The mini solicitations off of the TULIP go the exact same as a mini solicitation off of full service. Price agreement holders are emailed the mini solicitation, scope of work, and then they provide proposals and we go through our evaluation process. Resources. So ACEC is a great resource. If you are not already participating with ACEC and their conferences and meetings, I suggest it. I enjoy sitting in on those. I always learn something and it's a great way to network, learn the firms that are out there, what people are doing and what they can offer. So I strongly encourage, if you're not already, to participate with ACEC. ORPN, you're all gonna really not like me after this one for as many times as I've said ORPN and Oregon Buys, but ORPN is where we post everything right now. Oregon Buys is where we will be posting anything after July 1 is our hopeful date, I believe on that. So register, make sure you're in the know so you are ready to do business with ODOT because that is where things are going to be posted. And I encourage you to have that linked up for you so you can see what's coming down. For the consulting outsourced projects, the forecasting, the outsourced report is an opportunity to look at upcoming projects. This can change, but it will at least give you a visual of potential projects that are going to be outsourced and allow you to contact those regions and project managers to find out where these projects are, estimated timelines. Are you considering outsourcing the whole project, portion of the project? What are you keeping in-house? You can ask those questions. If you make contact with our project managers early and often, you can have a real good understanding of what's going to happen in Region 5, Region 4, whatever area you're affiliated with. And then you can stay up to date. The other is the STIP. So you can look up projects for Region 5 in the STIP. And again, agency can use whatever solicitation method they determine appropriate for the project. But reaching out to the region project managers, consultant project managers to get updates periodically, not a bad idea. So this is just a few of the projects that I received for Region 5 upcoming, and these are ADA projects. So these three obviously have multiple locations. I don't have the project info that you are going to want, but like I said, a little bit later today, I believe you'll be speaking or a consultant project manager from Region 5. I believe Brian Strasser is going to provide some project information and information on Region 5. So I will leave that to him. That was a very quick overview, high level of the procurement methods, our price agreements, and resources. And if you have questions, or maybe you aren't doing business with ODOT yet, and this was just a lot to absorb, I totally understand. Email me, and I am happy to learn what you have to offer, what your firm has to offer, and then try to link you up with the right resources so you can start doing business with ODOT when the need arises for the services you can provide. So don't hesitate to email me if you have questions or want to start billing rates or have trouble getting registered with Oregon Buys, any of that, please feel free to reach out. Other than that, I thank you all for attending. I was really pleased to see so many firms on there today.
Thank you so much, Ryan. That was all the information, and you are right. There will be more information about jobs a little bit later on after our break. So next we have the much anticipated Oregon Buys Orpin Master Knowledge of All. Kayla, are you here?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. I've got my computer going and my phone going, so we'll see how this all works here.
Looks
All
perfect.
right, perfect. So my name is Kayla Van Hoos, and I'm the ODOT Oregon Buys Project Manager. And I do have a mask on right now, so I apologize if it's a little bit muffled. I'm just going to go over a little bit of information with you on Oregon Buys and what to expect coming up. So Oregon Buys is the new statewide e-procurement system. It will replace Orpin, and it will also have full functionality in the system from procure to pay. So it will do a lot more than Orpin does today. So this project will use a phased approach that will begin by replacing Orpin, and we'll be using Oregon Buys. And then the second phase will have additional rollout that I talked about, that procure to pay functionality. So this will replace ODOT's purchase order system. This will be where we do our 3-quote process or 5-quote process for the agencies that do procurements with their delegated authority. So there's a lot to come in phase 2, other than just the Orpin replacement. So we are going live on July 1st. So just a reminder, you're going to be using the Orpin system prior to July 1, and after July 1st, you'll use Oregon Buys. And I know a lot of the procurement folks today talked about Oregon Buys. So if you have any questions or anything, please feel free to let me know. But I know they've also been mentioning a lot of information. So for phase 1, the ODOT purchaser, or your procurement specialist, will do the posting of solicitations on Orpin. The biggest change for Oregon Buys ORPN replacement is that all of our proposals, bids, quotes will be received through the system. So they will all be done electronically through the system. So our consultants and vendors will submit everything through Oregon Buys. And then again, for phase one, we'll be posting the award information. So really that's the scope for phase one on July 1. And then throughout the next 2 years, we will be then implementing that additional functionality. So just like you've heard, please register and register as soon as possible. DAS continues to communicate the efforts. ODOT is sending out direct communication. When you receive this PowerPoint, you'll have a link to some of the communication we've sent out. So it also has other information in there if you need help registering. And then to propose on an ODOT opportunity, you must be registered in Oregon Buys on July 1st. We are asking that you do get registered as soon as possible because we are going to be migrating our data from from ORPN into Oregon Buys, and we need to link those contracts to your account. So again, registration is easy and free, and here is your link to register. So one thing I will say is that registration for Oregon Buys is a little different than it is for ORPN. Your Oregon Buys registration will have one account, and then you will link your employees and allow them to have their own accounts, but you'll manage that. So there will be only one account for the whole entire company. Okay, and then we've got some registration links here. So there's a quick step guide, and then there's the full registration. If you do end up needing help, there's going to be the number in here to call, but you'll call Periscope Holdings, who is the vendor of Oregon Buys, and they'll help talk you through how to get registered. Okay, so we will have a blackout period. So this is just a reminder that on June 16th, ORPN turns to read-only status. You'll still have access to everything in ORPN, but you won't be able to do anything, and there will be nothing posted. And during that blackout period, we are preparing to get ready for the launch of Oregon Buys. I will say there is a few procurements that may overlap ORPN and Oregon Buys. So please make sure you're looking closely at those solicitations. That one may be open in ORPN, may be open in ORPN and continue to be open through Oregon Buys. So just be making sure you're looking at those. There's not a lot of them. There's only some special circumstances that will be doing that, but it is just for you guys to kind of keep an eye out for. So we are doing informal seminars, going to meetings like this to help get the word out about Oregon Buys. There's going to be some segmented software training and then support materials for ongoing reference. We are waiting for the vendor to finalize their information for the training for consultants and vendors on how to solicit or how to enter a bid into the system or proposal. So you should expect to see something within the next 2 to 3 weeks where we'll have some guidance for you on how to actually use the system once you've registered it. How to prepare for the new system. So make sure that you check the DAS website. You can sign up for the DAS newsletter, staying informed, and then emailing us with any questions. You have Ryan and others that can help. You could ask questions. She can always forward them on to me as well. Or you can ask questions at our ODOT Oregon Buys at ODOT email. So there is some additional training coming up right now for users who will be our procurement specialists and our search users. So our ODOT folks are working on their training right now. So they'll be all prepared in the system, but they probably won't be able to answer a lot of your questions. So that's why we are asking that you send them directly to the project team or to Periscope Holdings. All right, and with that, I will open it up for questions.
Well, it's a quiet group today. I'm not seeing any questions right now. Kayla, thank you so much for all that information. And I did put the Oregon Buys link in there, but we will get those slides out to you as soon as possible. So with that, Kaylee, you just ran through that.
I did go really quick. I've done this several times now. So I would just, if you guys have any questions that come up at any time, you can reach out to me or anyone on our project team, and we would be happy to help you.
Perfect. Well, with that, then let's go ahead. We were supposed to have break from 11:30 to 12. Let's go ahead and just have an extended break. It keeps timing much easier for the whole process. So be back at noon for the next thing, which will be ODOT construction with Chris Butcher. So have a great break, and we will see you soon.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chris Bucher. I am the interim state construction materials engineer, filling in for Joe Squire, who is helping lead the fire recovery effort from the fires that took place last year. So glad to be with you today. The beautiful thing about virtual conferences is if you didn't quite get done with your lunch, you can just continue to stuff your face and no one would ever know. And I'll just move forward and pretend like everybody is completely focused here. So appreciate everybody being here, and just have 30 minutes. I'm gonna run through a number of slides here and try and time it right here. This is my first time through this presentation, so we'll see how the timing goes. But just a quick overview of our construction program. As many of you probably know, we have 5 regions that ODOT designates in the state. Our annual construction program is usually around $400 million in construction dollars. Those dollars are broken up. Typically, 20% of that comes from the state gas tax money, and then the other 80% is from federal gas tax and a small amount of grants. We typically have anywhere from 130 to 150 projects that are at some point in their active construction process, which means basically they've been kicked off and begun, and they're not yet quite to the final stage of third note completion. Our construction crews around the state, there are 16 of them led by resident engineers, and they have a staff of a number of individuals depending on the size of the office. They help manage our construction projects. And then as well, we have 17 consultant resident engineers, and they also assist with managing the construction process, but it's more of an oversight role that they manage consultant-led inspection crews. Back to our RE crews, there's around 260 full-time construction inspectors in our program that help oversee projects as they're being built. And then we also have a Salem central office that supports construction projects, and we have about 98 staff there. And there's a number of functions that we do at our Salem office. We have folks that provide quality assurance, go out on projects and check the work. We have folks that manage and assist with the quality project lists. We have pavement folks that assist with issues that come up on projects, design and designs. We have folks that are involved in training and helping consultants and others get certifications that they need to be involved in the projects. And then probably what most people are concerned about, we have our payment system. And I know that contractors are most concerned about that, getting paid. So that's also managed out of our Salem office. All right, not going to spend a lot of time on this slide, but just wanted to let you know there are some ways to find ODOT projects that are coming. And all of these should be hot linked to locations where you can see projects that either are being advertised or that will be advertised. You can see I'll focus on the upcoming projects and bid lettings. That's the list of projects that we have coming. Those are typically STIP projects, the statewide transportation improvement program projects. Those are the bulk of our projects and usually the highest dollar projects. Moving down, the ORPN and Oregon. ORPN is what our program is now, but it's in the next couple of years going to transition to Oregon buys. But those are typically smaller projects that are managed out of the maintenance offices, not the REs. The REs are sometimes involved, but those are projects where, depending on the maintenance dollars that are left over from the winter snow removal or fire issues, then they can let projects to improve smaller areas. So, and of course, we have our agencies that were, or affiliations that we're heavily engaged with and involved with. Down at the bottom, AGC, NAMAC, and the others. And if you're looking to do work for ODOT, I would encourage you, as needed, consult with those folks as well. All right, we're going to just touch on basically the life of a project and walk through what that process looks like. And as you can see, on the left hand, we'll just fly through those different phases of the project. As we know, projects start well years before they actually get built, but we're not going to go back that far. We're just going to get to the point right before a project gets awarded. And I'm not sure what all you've heard already today, but they show up, the PS&E package shows up at our project controls office. And that's the time when contractors get a chance to request plans and take a look at them and prepare bids. And I guess on this slide, I want you to focus on what's not there actually is the special provisions are also a part of that plan set. And those are where there's unique situations or where the standard specification has been adjusted a little bit based on circumstances or uniquenesses of the design. And so those are sometimes where contractors get caught up if they don't pay a close enough attention to those special provisions. Sometimes their bid isn't quite what they want it to be after the fact because there are unique things that they needed to consider. So want to encourage you, if you're a contractor today, to make sure you focus on those special provisions. It's also just a time where we as an agency do our final checks to make sure that the plans are all ready to distribute and have contractors look at and get their projects built in a satisfactory way. The final engineer's estimate is something that we generate internally. It's not something that we advertise. And there are a number of reasons for that, but suffice it to say that we want the contractors to give us their best price. And sometimes, as much as we'd like to think we do a good job, sometimes we miss things or don't factor in things properly as much as we try. We do look at the recent history of bid items as we're coming up with that estimate, and try and track trends. One of the challenges we're having right now, you probably have heard about price escalation due to a number of reasons, but we're seeing historic increases in some materials and some bid items. And so it's challenges like that we really depend on contractors knowing their industry and, building in risk and giving us a price that they feel like they can still build a good project, make the money that they need to make, pay the people, pay their people good salary, and come out with the profit that they were hoping to get. What's not included in that engineer's estimate are anticipated items, contingencies, and escalation. Anticipated items, an example of that would be a law enforcement budget for getting police officers to sit on our projects. We've definitely found that having a patrol officer at a project site does make a difference in how traffic travels through. And so we have just changed that program, and you'll see that in the coming days and years, we've been able to adjust to have more money available for that because funds were limited. It was based on a grant that we were getting from Federal Highway, and we do have more funds that we can use now. So we will be taking advantage of that because safety is obviously a huge priority. So I diverge a little bit there, but the engineer's estimate also does not include contingencies. We typically factor in about a 3.5% contingency, 3.5% of the engineer's estimate. And that just accounts for potential quantity adjustments, or if field conditions change or aren't quite what we thought or expected, or maybe a contractor comes up with a unique proposal to do something a little differently than we had anticipated. We can have money available to pay for those changes. And then escalation, we have some standard escalation items, fuel, asphalt, and steel. And those are items to try and protect the contractor and the agency from huge changes from when the contractor bid the job to sometimes on these multi-year projects, they may not be paving until year 2 or 3, but they lock their price in at the beginning. And so we want to offer that protection to adjust for any price increases that may occur. All right, the next step, advertisement, bid, and award. When we get to that point, we have a range. Typically, we see a 3-week advertisement for when a project is put out there for contractors to begin looking at, to when they need to submit their bid. That's for a majority of our projects are in that 3 to 4 week range. However, more complicated projects, we do accommodate for that and give folks more time to look at the projects and ask questions. At that point, it's the ODOT resident engineer, one of those 16 folks that I mentioned at the beginning, that they're going to be managing the project. And so they're responsible for answering questions, providing clarification to contractors that are looking at the job. And we would love if contractors would begin looking at those jobs early enough that they have the time to bring issues to our attention, not at the last minute. We do have a 48-hour no question window right before the bid time. So 48 hours before the time and day of bid, we can't take any more questions. And unfortunately, sometimes contractors wait until that point to really dig into it. And I know times are busy, and sometimes you just can't get to it sooner, but it makes it difficult to work through anything that contractors may see when it gets into that window. And so we like to hear from contractors earlier than that, and it just benefits everybody if we can get questions answered and make clarifications. We get better bids that way, and it helps to protect both the agency and the contractor from disputes later on. The bid dates are usually on Thursdays, and you can see we usually average 5 to 15 projects a month. All right, going on with add bid and award. We expect that we're going to get bids that go with how our contract plans are laid out. We don't want contractors planning to bid the job or to build the job a different way than what's described in the plans. That may sound obvious, but sometimes we get those types of situations, and then that usually leads to disputes. So we want the contractor to figure out how they're going to build the job. We kind of have an idea of how we expect it to work out, but sometimes contractors have other ideas, and it's okay. Once they win the job, then they can bring their cost reduction proposals to us, and we can talk about maybe a better, less expensive way to do the same thing. So we do expect that the contractor puts in their total bid, and then we open those bids all at the same time, and the lowest qualified bid becomes that apparent low bidder. And hopefully that bid is close to our engineer's estimate. Sometimes we run into trouble if all the bids are a little bit too high over our engineer's estimate, and we have to work through that. But we'll work with that lowest, what we say responsive bidder. And then what that means is they need to also make sure that they get all the I's dotted and the T's crossed in the submittals. I'm thinking more along the lines of our DBE contract goals, and making sure they have those all met. And there's various other forms that need to be submitted to be considered responsive. All right, so speaking of being responsive, that's what our procurement office is looking at. And if there's a problem with the first apparent low bidder, and they don't have what we're looking for as far as the appropriate paperwork, we move on to the next lowest responsive bidder. And we don't typically have to go much further than that. But when we find the one that did it all correctly, we give that notice of intent to award. Okay, we are off and running now. Once we give that, notice to proceed is issued within 5 calendar days of the contract being fully executed, and fully executed means signed by all involved parties. We give that notice to get that contractor going, letting them know that they have been authorized. And we typically try and get a pre-construction conference held within 30 calendar days of that NTP. And sometimes that varies. It's something that our resident engineers work with the prime contractor on the job, and depending on schedules and what each has going on, they'll agree to a date when they can get that pre-con conference off and running. So as you can see, just repeating, I guess, what we said a little bit, but the contractor at that pre-con, that's where we really get into a little bit of the details. How is that contractor planning to build the job? We want to make sure that they understand the quality control measures that are going to be needed. That's a point where typically we have a traffic control plan that we're including, but the contractor always has the option to consider a different plan that works with their means and methods. And so we'll work through those details. We have other agencies that are looking out over our projects. And so we need to make sure that environmental considerations are met. And so the sediment control plan and pollution control plan are also important submittals at the time of the pre-con. Also pre-con items to discuss is who is going to be the point of contact for the prime. Also, who are going to be the inspectors on the job. And that's a time for folks to introduce themselves, get to know each other a little bit, and start establishing that collaborative communication line that's going to happen. We'll talk through a little bit of what the contractor is planning and how they are going to get about doing the work. One of the, it's not really a new thing, but automated machine guidance is catching on more and more with different contractors, and depending on the type of project, it can really speed things up if a contractor decides to use AMG. You can see in the photo there the GPS unit on the side of the grader there. And that helps eliminate a lot of rework, but it also requires electronic plans and making sure that the plans that the contractor is using are gelling with the plans that we submitted or that were offered. There's a number of other items to accommodate. Railroads are notoriously challenging to work with, and so that's something that the contractor needs to get out in front of and establish contact with. More and more, especially on our suburban projects, we have the bike ped community to consider, as well as ADA accommodations. And that's something that we're focusing more on as an agency in the last few years, is making sure that as we work through a suburban project, that as different work items are being completed, that we're modifying the pedestrian and channeling devices appropriately to make sure that all modes are considered, and that we protect the community that we are working within. Another challenging area is our utilities, and we do our best to identify all those up front. But at this pre-con, we do invite the utility companies to show up. Most of the time they do, and some of the time they have actually cleared their utilities, but sometimes they don't. And so we have to work through that at times. And that's especially challenging in those urban projects. The last thing is surveying and making sure that we're all speaking the same language and using the same data points. So then comes first note, and that is where a contractor really can get to work. That is where, if needed, they can begin crushing aggregate for their project. They get their equipment and start mobilizing that to the job site. If there's a mobile plant that they're planning to use, get that going. And one thing I'll mention here is we'll try and be very attentive to paying for materials on hand. So sometimes there's longer lead times for items, and they may not be using those items until much later in the project, but we want to assist with it's sometimes a big bite for somebody to order a bunch of steel and not construct that particular bid item till much later, and then just sit on all that money that's been paid for the material. So we'll provide materials on hand early on, as soon as we see that material on the job site safely stored, and we can verify what it is and that it's appropriate. Just a kind of a high level how the authority works on our projects. Obviously, the OTC is making decisions about which projects get funded and where, but then that bounces down to the contract admin engineer, which that's normally my job when I'm not the state construction material engineer. So that's who I am typically, is the contract admin engineer. And so that's an area that I follow closely, approving all change orders and extra work orders, state force orders, if there's any time adjustments. And there are certain thresholds that bump up to me, but the RE is the primary point of contact on their projects. And they can make a lot of decisions, but if the decisions are outside of their authority, then they escalate that. But just to kind of give you a heads up on how that authority structure works. So getting more into the responsibilities of the ODOT RE, they are the ones that make sure that the projects get built according to the contract. And that's the question I ask all the time is, well, what does the contract say? And that's where they're focused as well. They're responsible for making sure that they have the appropriate inspectors looking at the work that they're certified to inspect. They watch the quantities going in and verify that they're consistent with what the plans say, as well as making sure that the appropriate tests happen to make sure that we have compaction, make sure that the steel certs, our mill certs, are verifying that it is Buy America steel. And they also can get tough if they need to. And if there are safety issues that are happening that they address that aren't being changed, or if appropriate documentation is not being provided for supporting the materials that the contractor is either putting in or wants to put in, the RE has the authority to shut the job down until things change. We don't like to do that. We don't often have to do that, but it's a tool that we have if we need it. Occasionally, we have to remove employees of the contractor if they're not following our protocols, and we don't like to do that either. But again, we want a safe work site, and we want a collaborative work site, and so that's something we don't like to do, but sometimes has to happen. Getting into the contractor role and responsibilities, they need to get out there and talk with those utilities. The prime is responsible for managing their subs, obviously, and managing those, how those sub schedules work into the overall schedule of the project. They need to make sure that if there are traffic control changes that are happening, they need to get out in front of that, because it takes time to get those changes made from our mobility group. There are certain time frames that need to be complied with. One thing that I always say is that if there are any discrepancies that contractor is seeing with plans or with how the project is unfolding, they need to bring that to the attention of the RE as quickly as possible. That helps eliminate later disputes if they can work it out at the lowest level as quickly as possible. And I just looked at my time and I'm talking way too much here. So I'll try and speed this up a little bit. But this is an important point I want to make is that if there's any problem at all, the contractor needs to bring that to the attention of the RE as quickly as possible. And we do have appropriate forms that need to be filed as well. And that protects the contractor, and it also gives the RE office an opportunity to troubleshoot and try and find solutions. Sometimes what we get is at the end of the project, the contractor says, well, I told you that, but they never filed the appropriate paperwork. And if they would have filed the paperwork, there could have been a potential solution that they worked out back during the project, and now it's too late. So we want to encourage those things to come out as quickly and as soon as possible. Again, into all the paperwork and quality documentation that needs to happen with all of the materials that are supplied. We have requirements that we need to meet in order to support the payments that we make. And so REs are really not interested in putting materials into the ground until they know they have the right material. And the way that that's shown to them is by the appropriate supporting documentation. Our inspectors are out there working with contractors. They are not supposed to be telling the contractor how to do the work, but they can point things out and share with the contractor maybe something that they're doing that and ask questions about how it's working with the plans. But they are there to support the work and support the contractor. And so we really want them to have a good working relationship. And I'll just point out specifically one of the items, the DB commercially useful function reviews. That's something that's pretty important to us, is making sure that the DBEs on the project are doing the work that they were hired to do. So we'll be doing those interviews and checking to make sure that the DBE is using their own equipment, using their own manpower, and growing their business in that way. More items that the contractor is responsible for. What I'll point out specifically on this one is just the weekly meetings that typically happen, where the contractor brings their 3-week look ahead schedule to show what's coming up quickly. And also at times, depending on the length and complexity of the schedule, they may need to bring a monthly master schedule update, because sometimes those 3-week look aheads just keep bumping things ahead and slipping along, and without that look at the overall master schedule, sometimes things can get in a bind if things slip too long. So that's all I'll point out on this one. Again, bring up the disagreements and disputes. That's something as a contract admin engineer, I deal with claims on projects. So it's a topic that is not fun to talk about, but if those disagreements and disputes can be brought up, like I mentioned earlier, as soon as possible, oftentimes agreements can be made during the project that will eliminate time and energy after the project from claims getting filed. So want to encourage you just to work with your REs. They're reasonable men and women, and they too want to satisfy and settle disputes at the lowest level possible. So that's what I would encourage you to do on your projects. Just a quick note here on the claims. We don't typically end up getting to litigation. We have a process. It's a several step process where it starts with the RE making decision, then moves up to the area manager and then up to my office. And if we can work things out during the job, we don't even have to deal with claims, but sometimes we can't. And so this is a very legitimate means for a contractor to try and get someone else to look at what they're questioning. And sometimes it's good to have eyes that aren't directly in the project looking at the situation and giving it a little bit different perspective. So this is, it's not bad to have a claim, and that's one method that contractors can use to satisfy their dispute if they don't get it satisfied at the resident engineer level. Just a quick note on the contract payment piece, and I have folks that go out and verify that the appropriate documentation is on file to support the payments that are being made, and that keeps us out of trouble with federal highway. The biggest piece here is getting paid. We all like getting paid, and so we want to make that happen as quickly as possible. And as soon as we know we have the appropriate documents to support that payment, we get it in the books, and we have monthly estimates that get uploaded, and that payment gets out to the prime. And then we typically get that payment within 10 to 12 days to the prime. And then it's a state law that they get that the subs paid within 10 days of them getting paid. So once we get to the end of bid item work, we issue what's called second notification. And that's a time where, like I said, all bid item work is done. We're working on punch list items. We're getting real close and trying to wrap up the project. That is also the time where a 45-day window occurs for the contractor to file a claim if they have not been able to resolve their dispute during the project. It's also a time when we do our final inspection. We may walk the project with the prime. Our maintenance folks may come out, since they're going to inherit the project. They may come out and walk the project as well. Hopefully that's a time where everybody looks proudly at the work that's been done, shakes hands and congratulates one another, and leaves a project that they can drive through with pride for many years to come. And we get to that third note where maybe there's a ribbon cutting where the locals, it's a signature bridge or a unique streetscape project that they're quite proud of, and they want to celebrate that event. And it's a time that we celebrate as well. Projects are challenging and really difficult to work through all the many details that are on there. It's also a time where we just do our last check to make sure we have all the paperwork that we need to support the final payment. And that's where we finish up here. We get that final payment out. The contractor does have 30 days after that to file any kind of claim that they feel there is an error, if there are any in quantities. We don't typically see that too often, but it does occasionally happen. And it's a time where everybody breathes a sigh of relief and moves on. And again, sorry I had to rush here at the end a little bit, but wanted to leave this with you. I'm sure this will be accessible if you have questions or want to access these links. You can work with Hallie on that. I kind of rambled here a lot. I don't know if there are any questions, or at this point, Hallie, if there are any questions.
Nope. Looks like the chat is good. And yes, this will be posted online, and I will get that link out to everybody as soon as it is fully available.
All right.
Thank you
Great.
so much, Chris.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, so next up we have our Region 5 group. Talking about opportunities. I believe this is Brian. Perfect, Brian. I can see that. Perfect. Looks great. I can't hear you though. Are you talking? Brian? We can see your screen. Now? There you are.
That's
perfect.
Better.
You're good now.
Muted. Yep. So I was asked to talk about construction opportunities in Region 5. We have our typical STIP projects. I don't think we have anything too exciting or out of the ordinary. So I was asked to highlight the ADA program. It's been pretty impactful in our region for the last couple of years, and it'll continue to be very impactful for us for about the next 4 to 5 years. So there's my contact information. I'm a resident engineer that Chris was referring to, although I'm a little different than some of the others. I work primarily with consultant crews. So I'll hire out the inspection team, hire a consultant to perform the inspection team, and then work with that team throughout construction. But the way we do most of our contracting in Region 5, we'll hire that firm in design, and I'll work with them in design to develop the project, and then we'll carry it through to construction, and then I'll continue to work with that firm through construction. And my contact email is on this first slide, so if anybody has any questions about the presentation or just general questions about consultant work in Region 5, I'm the main contact for that. Now I'll see if I can figure out how to advance my slideshow. Oh. So the impact in Region 5, just like throughout the state, we've been directed to replace essentially all of our crossings at all of our intersections. So we're pulling out the old crossings. In some cases, there was a ramp at the crossing. In some cases, there wasn't. But at each intersection along all of our state highways, we're putting in a new ramp that's fully compliant with the current ADA standards. Right now, we're looking, if we're looking last year and until through 2026, this program is going to run about $10 million a year in Region 5, and that's just the construction money. That's not really counting some of the other money going into it. So it's a pretty good chunk of money for us for the next few years. Region 5 will likely finish our ramp replacement ahead of the rest of the state, and the rest of the state will continue to replace ramps through about 2035. So we often get asked why we're replacing all of these ramps and why we're doing it at a fast pace. There's a long answer to that. The short answer is these were conditions that were agreed to in a settlement agreement. So right now, getting this program through is a top priority for ODOT to meet the terms of our settlement agreement. Here's a map we have available. Basically, it kind of shows, this is TransGIS. And if you go onto TransGIS, I should have put a link in here, but if you go onto TransGIS, you can actually look at all of the curb ramps on the state highway system and you can see if they're compliant or if they're non-compliant. So on the left of your screen, you'll see that's just Region 5, and each of those dots is going to represent ramps in Region 5 that are non-compliant. So basically it hits every small town in our region, and well, essentially every town in our region that has a state highway. And then on the right, if you were to zoom in on TransGIS and try to figure out exactly how many ramps we have to work on in each town, you could look on the right, and if you can see it, there's a couple of green triangles in there. Those are the ones that are currently compliant, and all of the red and blue are either non-compliant or missing. So you can see, just looking at Pendleton, we have a lot of work to do throughout the region. For the most part, those red triangles you're going to see are going to represent 8 ramps, 2 at each corner. Here's a look at what we're doing. On the upper left, we just have a kind of the older way of doing things. Maybe we had a curb cut, maybe we didn't have a curb cut, maybe we had a detectable warning panel, maybe we didn't. So we're basically going through and pulling out just on the corner, pulling out everything we need to do to get a new detectable warning panel, get an appropriate landing area, get our ramps and our grades to tie back into the adjacent sidewalk. Here's another picture where you can see just kind of how the footprint works on these. We're kind of just working right at the corner. We're trying to minimize our impact. We're just pulling out the old concrete and just enough to get the new concrete and the new ramp in with appropriate slopes. So those that are looking to do business in our region, this is a big opportunity because it's kind of a emerging market, I would say. We haven't been doing enough ramps in our region or statewide to where we have enough contractors to really keep up with all these ramps right now. So contractors are having to grow to meet the need to build all these ramps. So I just give you a list of services here that, if you're on a ramp project, these are the type of services that you're gonna see, and it's pretty basic. But we got a concrete demolition crew. We'll have saw cutting. Of course, we have flat work. We're going to be putting in a new ag base. We're going to have asphalt paving to tie us back into the roadway. We'll have landscaping to tie us back into the surrounding areas. Electrical work. A lot of times we end up impacting, any electrical item that might be on that corner. Traffic control, obviously, to keep the work zone safe and keep pedestrians and traffic routed around us. And the other part that goes with all these projects is the need for design and construction engineering services. So in our region, largely this work on the design and engineering side is being outsourced for, I don't know, probably 70 to 80% of these ramps right now are probably being outsourced for design and construction services. A note to any contractors that may be thinking about getting an ADA ramp. One of the absolute most important things in this business is concrete finishers who are detail oriented. So you look at this picture, and a lot of times we pulled out the ramp because there was a slope that was slightly out of tolerance. So for example, in a landing area, we need a 2% grade. So if we had a 2.1% grade on the existing ramp, we're pulling it out and we're pouring it back. So sometimes we're pulling them out for as small as a 0.1% or less bust in our grade. So that puts a lot of pressure on the guys that are doing the flat work. They have to, if we're pulling one out that's just barely off, obviously our inspection team is going to be very keen on making sure that the new ramp is completely intolerant. So you can see we have finishers here, and maybe you finish in a little different way than you would think. You've got a 4-foot smart level, kind of going through and just continually checking to make sure they don't have any high spots and that they don't have anywhere exceeding our grades. So yeah, construction finishers that are detail oriented are worth gold in this program right now. I'm going to give you some examples of the active work we have going on right now in Region 5 with ADA ramps. This first project, Union Enterprise curb ramps. We started it last summer and it will be complete this fall. There's just over $3 million on the construction bid. So that's just the contractor's bid amount. That's not including our engineering and other associated costs. This one had about 297 ramps. David Evans and Associates was the design firm, and they're the construction inspection firm as well. Nelson Construction Corporation is the contractor, and they have a Chalice doing their flat work. I threw the names in the, just for guys that may be thinking about doing business in the region. Some of these prime contractors or prime consultants are maybe good ones to start with as far as looking for partners. Malheur County, that's going on as well right now. Kind of similar, just a little bigger. So it's about 4.8 million, 320 ramps. Murray Smith and HDR teamed together to design this and do the construction administration for the engineering side. HP Civil, along with Jackson Industries, are the main contractors out there right now. Union County ramps, again, kind of basic information on this project is about 3.5 million. HDR Murray Smith also designed that. And Wildish Standard Paving, Wildish is working with Chalice. I think I may have had said Chalice in the wrong spot just a second ago, but Wildish is the prime on that one, and Chalice is doing the flat work. So we have a good mix of contractors out here working. Here's a look at the projects coming up for next year. And we have about 1,000 ramps under construction in Region 5 currently in 2021. We had maybe only 200 in 2020, which is why we were seeing the need to expand that contractor pool to be able to meet this growing demand. So here's the list of the ones we think we're going to have under construction next year at this time. Basically, each of those different colors is a separate project. All of these right now are under design. A few of them are under design with the HDR Murray Smith team, and then ODOT's leading the design on a couple of those other ones. So yeah, I think we've got around 1,000 ramps for next year as well. And one of the unique things that will happen next year is this year, Region 5 has about 1,000 ramps. And I don't think any of the other 4 regions are close to that number this year, where next year, the other regions will try to get around that same number under construction. We're trying to hit an interim goal of 7,000 ramps built by the end of 2022 as part of our settlement agreement. So there's going to be a real big push in the contracting world as we're going in to bid these jobs in Region 5 and around the state next spring. So I listed some anticipated bid dates. We really would love to move those up if we can, get our design streamlined and maybe get moving a little quicker on design. But there's a lot that goes into design. So, anyways, anybody who's interested in that can contact me for this list or grab it out of the presentation. Kind of the same thing we got going on in 2023. We're just moving it along to other parts of the state. For consultants that are interested, the design and construction work for these 3 projects listed, we're going to have an RFP midsummer sometime. Hopefully, we've been wanting to have this RFP for a while, so we know it's critical to get it out very soon. For consultants, to be able to respond to these RFPs, you'll have to be on our ADA price agreement, and that is currently advertised right now. I think it closes June 4th. So any consultants that are thinking about taking a prime role in ADA should be working on that solicitation right now. I also think there's lots of roles, as a sub. Most of our teams are using several sub consultants for different roles. So if you're not on that list and you just want to do part of it, then that's a good place to start with the ADA work. Is grab the list of the ADA price agreement firms and contact them and see what you can do to partner with them. On the construction end, these are all going to likely bid spring of 22, and we'll have a bid date, posted in our normal means here soon. That's been one of the challenges with our ADA program is we're kind of behind putting these projects together, and we didn't have them in our initial steps. So we're trying to get them amended in and get the construction bid dates and getting the word out to contractors. But it's we oftentimes we're not giving as much advance notice as we do with our traditional projects. But by the 24-27 SIP cycle, that will be back to normal. Here's a look at Region 5's proposed projects for 24-27. So yeah, these should be programmed in a normal manner. But yeah, by the end of 26, we're going to be kind of wrapping down. We're likely going to either be close to the end or maybe it pushes into 2027. So that's a look at the ADA work in our region. And I think they gave me an hour, and I don't think I was going to need an hour. So I guess I'll open it up and see if there's any questions from anyone.
I don't see any questions. Thank you so much for getting us all that information. And yeah, that was a quick run through. So let's see. Let's go ahead and take a break right now. I know we just came back from lunch about an hour ago, but this way we can kind of give ourselves a little bit more than just the 5-minute break listed. So let's be back at 1:15. So about 25 minutes to kind of get yourself whatever it is that you feel that you need. And at 1:15, we will start back with ODOT and the Office of Civil Rights. So see you back then.
My name is Max Bernstein. I'm the interim DBE program manager for the Office of Civil Rights. And I just want to start, Hallie, are you seeing a PowerPoint?
I am seeing the slides to the left though.
Okay. All right. How's
There
that
it is.
All right. So I'm the interim DBE program manager for the Office of Civil Rights. I am temporarily also the ESB program manager, also for the Office of Civil Rights. We are under the umbrella of the newly stood up Office of Social Equity. So today, my portion about the ESB program will be pretty brief. It's just a handful of slides. And if you have any questions on that, we may have to distribute them. But the DBE program is more my jam. And we'll talk about that as well as kind of briefly what the Office of Civil Rights does. So we do a lot of different things, but really our overarching goal is building relationships, both internally and externally. So we do that through education, customer service, partnerships of all kind, outreach, so such as today. We like to think that we're pretty innovative and sustainable, and our big piece is compliance. So here are the audit programs involved with the Office of Civil Rights. Everybody's familiar with the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, but we do also workforce development. And so what that means is OJT, which is on-the-job training and apprenticeship programs. We do EEO, which is Equal Employment Opportunity. There's Title VI, Environmental Justice, ADA, LEP, which is Limited English Proficiency, TARO, Tribal Employment Rights Ordinance, as well as ESB, which is more focused on small businesses. So talking specifically about the DBE program, we'll look at really what that is, some policy forms, some policy and forms, and then we'll look kind of briefly at kind of the nuts and bolts of the program, because I know that looking at the participant list here, that's what some of you are going to be interested in. And we'll look at goals and commitments and those requirements. So Disadvantaged Business Enterprise is a firm that has management and also daily operations, essentially that are controlled by historically and socially and economically disadvantaged owners. And a lot of our work is through the CFR, more specifically 4926. A firm must be certified through COBID. You'll hear from COBID after you hear from the team within Office of Civil Rights. But essentially what we do is we monitor and report on DBE program compliance. So the DBE program is a federal requirement. All state DOTs have some version of a DBE program. We do have a policy statement. Director Strickler does sign this, and essentially it's a policy with an intent to ensure that there's non-discrimination based on a number of different factors. The program should be narrowly tailored. We'll talk a little bit more about what that means later. There'll be a level playing field for these DBEs to compete. Only eligible firms are participating. We want to remove contracting barriers, especially we'll talk about that a little bit more with ESB, and then assist in the development of firms really to compete in spaces that are outside the DBE program. DBE programs given the same priority as compliance with other equal obligations by ODOT under some different federal agreements. So let's look at where we're at right now. Current statewide goal is 15.37%. And you can see that race neutral and race conscious both combine to generate that figure. This is a triennial goal. So a goal is presented to Federal Highway for approval every 3 years. Any contract with federal funds on it at all, the DBE performance, that's counted towards the overall goal. And how we develop that goal is we propose that following recommendations made by the completion of a disparity study, which other types of public agencies are also really pivoting to help them understand this process. So staying with program goals, the last full disparity study was 2016. They are completed every 5 years. So we are just starting the 2021 disparity study. They receive a data refresh every 3 years. So that occurred in 2019. And basically what they do is they help with a lot of things, but one thing in particular is that triennial goal. So that 15.37% goal for the fiscal year of 2020, same goal for this year, and it's going to be the same goal for the year after that. So here's performance. You can see in 17, 19, and 20, we hit the goal. 2018, we did not hit the goal. But you can see how it's been a pretty big jump, right? That, from the 17 to 19 years, the goal was 11.6, and then we made a pretty big jump to 15.4. And those goals are almost certainly going to, it is possible that they will increase continually looking at the next triennial period. That's been an emphasis from ODOT leadership, and especially with mega projects in different regions, that will be sort of like a continuing factor. Continuing on with contract goals. So any contract that includes $1 or more of federal funding, that will be assessed. We talked earlier just for a second about race conscious and race neutral goals. So what that means is if a goal is assigned to a contract, the DBE performance is used to meet that goal. So that's sort of race conscious, is specifically earmarked for that. Whereas race neutral is just any performance by a DBE that goes beyond the original commitment. That's considered sort of race neutral, and they're tracked very closely. They go, this data is really sent to Federal Highway, it's sent to the Oregon legislature, and especially now with lots of conversation around equity, really in all public agencies, this is going to continue to be a big factor in ODOT's operations. So thinking of your typical, what you might think of as a typical ODOT project, a construction project, goal setting typically occurs at 90% PS&E, so basically 90% of plans and specs and things like that. We have a goal request form, and that's sent to an email address here. keep in mind this presentation will be uploaded at some point, so you don't need to write down any emails or any phone numbers or anything like that. It'll all be there for you. But project management staff, area manager, if they want input on the DBE goal, they can sort of start that conversation with us and we'll take a look at it. But that's sort of how the process works is that's when the goal is set and looking at federal funds and confirming that goal is just part of our process now. Looking at an A&E goal setting, which is architecture and engineering, the way that those goals are set is much more straightforward. So you can see really almost all projects have either a 0, 3, or 8.5% goal. There's just kind of some different factors that go into which of those goals is set. You can sort of submit a goal exception request if you think, or if an ODOT PM or a consultant managing that project thinks that neither of those are a good fit, and we can take a look at it and kind of tailor it from there. So we really prioritize being flexible on goal setting. Getting a little bit more into the weeds here as we finish up. DBE commitment forms, there's 2. So form 1 is submitted at the time of the bid. It's evaluated for responsiveness. So we do things like looking at the firms and making sure that the certifications are there, that the dollar amount meets or exceeds the contract goal. We look at kind of the work that's provided as well. If the goal is not met, then a good faith effort must be evaluated. In other words, submitted really when the bid comes in. That's unusual to get one at around this time. And keep that in mind too if you're working on those projects or if you're contributing to a project, that the expectation, really at Form 1 is that the goal is going to be met. Looking at Form 2, so that's submitted by the prime within 10 days of getting that award letter. So there's a form for each DBE commitment. Those are evaluated for compliance. Prime and the DBE both must sign that. And really the examination there is looking at bid items, a work description, quantity, that kind of thing. It has to be at least the amount committed at the time of the bid. And that committed amount becomes a requirement of the contract. So just the same as any other project component. Program commitments, DBE requirements are in the special provisions. Project management staff, the goal is to monitor that compliance throughout the life of the project. Your regional field coordinator can also provide compliance reviews, technical assistance. Please feel free to complain to them versus me. That'd be great. I know you'll hear from Rex in a little bit. But really the whole team, regardless of what their role is, they can help you out. Again, you don't need to write this down, but there's my current contact information. We have a website, we have an office phone number, we have 3 different inboxes, we've got a forms page. There's a lot, if you want to learn more about this, there's a lot of material. We're really thoughtful about putting this stuff out there, but also making it kind of easily digestible as well for everyone to look at. So I'll stop sharing. I'll take a look at the chat box. I don't see any questions. Are there any questions from the participant list? Okay. Moving on, I just have a handful of slides about the ESB program. Again, we are, small staffing note, we are currently recruiting for that position. I think they're getting pretty close to the end of that. And so keep your eye out for, a new name to help out with outreach and small business and vendor registrations and things like that coming up here maybe towards June. So you should be looking at a PDF, and that should be big enough for everybody to see.
Yeah, it looks good.
It's good. Okay. So essentially, just a handful of slides, kind of a quick high-level overview of what the Emerging Small Business Program is. So this program really kind of exists to help Oregon's small business community overcome those barriers to participate in the public contracting process. Again, that's a multi-billion-dollar process, and so it's a lot of funds, it's a lot of taxpayer funds, and so this is something that ODOT takes very, very seriously. Expanding market share, providing immediate contracting opportunities, allowing ESB firms to grow and compete for larger and larger ODOT contracts. That's really the whole goal. One other component is it really offers them the chance over time to offer to serve in the prime contracting role. So that's sort of a bigger goal. Similar to DBE, which you just heard about, and in addition to some other Office of Civil Rights programs, ESBs are certified by COBIT as well. So COBIT will kind of talk a little bit more about criteria and qualifications, but really it's a two-tier system, 12-year limit on a firm's participation. They're based on a number of factors that I'll let COBIT speak a little bit more intelligently about than I could. But regardless really of race or gender, access to experiencing like a prime contractor role, that's the goal. So these specific projects, in terms of a bid, they're limited to ESB bidding only. So that's kind of a big deal. 100,000 or under public works projects. That's sort of the set aside here. These projects, if you become a project manager on this, you're often mentored by ODOT project managers, and that's really helpful as well. So it isn't just the financial impacts for small businesses, but it's the professional development as well. So those ODOT PMs not only can help you with project management, but really navigating a lot of these systems. Looking at project delivery, this is really the ESB delivery is the cornerstone of the whole program. There's a mandatory set aside for exclusive bidding by ESB certified firms. The current biennium, which we have about 34 days left in, is about 10 million. So that was the 19 to 21 budget. And that's split between ODOT's 5 regions. I know you've seen the map probably several times today, but it's also split with facilities and supportive services as well. Basically, the dollar amount, if you're wondering sort of this next piece of this slide, it comes from an ODOT statute, or not an ODOT statute, but it comes from a statute that requires ODOT to deposit an equal amount of not more than 1% of every state and federal contracts at award. And that goes into the ESB program account. So that's sort of where that formula comes from. So all ODOT ESB projects are posted to ORPN. If you want to look at that today, you can do a keyword search for ESB. ORPN is going away. As you know, I saw somebody posted a link in the chat to Oregon Buys. That is, from what I understand, still going live. So there will be also a dead period as well. That's supposed to be anticipated for ORPN. So there is going to be, a little bit of turbulence here in terms of that bidding, but we're hoping it's going to be pretty brief and the transition to a new platform should be pretty smooth. But for now, still open. The contracts may not exceed $100,000. Bonds are not required on public improvements for up to 100,000. And then on the public improvements, over half of the labor must be performed by an ESB prime contractor's own workforce. And how that's determined is certified payrolls. So if you've worked on projects with DBE goals before, you're already aware that those certified payrolls play a huge role, and it's no different here in ESB. So if you've never really looked into it before, this is a screenshot of Orpin. I'll kind of zoom in here. Hopefully I didn't give anyone a headache with how fast that went, but essentially this is what it looks like. So you can click on the opportunity number to kind of get more information. There's a published date, a closing date. There's kind of a generic project description as well, a title. So that's really what we're looking for here with Orpin. Oregon Buys is, from what I understand, going to be a little bit more intuitive, a little bit more aesthetically pleasing than Orpin. So that'll hopefully be helpful. One quick note is before it goes live, get your registrations in on Oregon Buys when you are eligible to. Can't stress that enough. It's important to be ready to go when the system is live. Finishing up here, last couple of slides. State-funded projects, they receive no federal funding. So now we're getting into some differences between some of the other programs that we talked about. We instead use aspirational targets. So state-funded A&E and related services, if they're exceeding $100,000, they'll receive kind of a standard aspirational target. So what that is just a percentage of the contract value. And that's put into place of either solicitation or the contract execution. If it's over $1 million, then it's evaluated for an assignment of an aspirational target, and that's for construction contracts. And again, here is the content information. Again, it's the same because temporarily there's it's like a one-man band kind of deal. But all this should be saved when we upload the presentation. It's on the website. OCR's webpage is pretty well organized, and we spend a lot of time trying to make it pretty intuitive for everybody. Other than that, we have a question. I have heard the ESB max was going up to $250,000. Is that true? That's a good question. Haley, let me, or Holly, I'm not sure which one. Let me, I can drop my email here. Please feel free to follow up with me. I'll take a look with my team in Salem. It's always possible because we are going into a new funding cycle that limits will change. In fact, it is almost probable, but that specific amount, I don't have an answer to that question, but I'll drop my email in the chat, and please feel free to follow up with me. Any other questions before we continue on with OCR's presentation? Okay, Hallie, feel free to take it away.
Yes, sorry about that. My printer was going off and it got really loud all of a sudden. So up next, we have the Region Field Coordinator, Rex. Are you there?
Yes, I am, Hallie.
All right, perfect.
Let me know if you can see my...
I see a blue screen.
How about now?
I see it perfect.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Max, and thanks, Hallie. I'll go ahead and get started here. Hi, everyone. My name is Rex Stanley. I am a field coordinator, like they mentioned, within the Office of Civil Rights. I'm based here in La Grande, and I'm assigned to ODOT Region 5, which which basically includes the 8 counties through the eastern third of the state. So for construction projects here in Region 5, I work with the resident engineers and their team and project managers as well to provide technical assistance for the civil rights related programs and rules. Field coordinators also work within their regions to promote ODOT's workforce development programs that Max kind of talked about and highlighted. And we also like to point out and highlight the good career opportunities that are available in the highway construction trades, especially here in rural Eastern Oregon. So just a quick little bit about me. I started with ODOT in January. It's been really great learning about the different programs that ODOT has to offer that I'm going to go over here kind of briefly. So I hope you find them interesting as well. So our label of workforce applies to kind of a variety of different programs. So to simplify it a little bit, I've kind of divided them into 2 main areas. The first being those contained in construction contract provisions, and the second being highway construction workforce development programs. So the first portion of that with the federally aided contract provisions, and that lies the Equal Employment Opportunity Act, the Affirmative Action, Equal Employment Opportunity contractor compliance reviews, on the job or OTJ and apprentice training goals, and the Tribal Employment Rights Ordinances. It's also referred to as Tribal Employment Rights Offices. So you might hear that kind of swap back and forth. And the next portion of it is the Oregon Highway Construction Workforce Development, which is under the Oregon Revised Statute listed there. So then the whole goal of that and purpose is to increase diversity within the highway construction workforce and prepare and support individuals who are interested in doing that to have an opportunity and learn more about it. So kind of the common workforce thread in all of these areas is the intent to support the workforce pipeline for these trades that do support highway construction, and also to support federal regulations designed to prevent discrimination and promote equal employment opportunity, as well as affirmative action within recruiting and also the employment of the people who work on these projects. We strive to help ODOT's contractors develop a consistent supply of well-trained and informed employees, and also that way that any Oregonian that wants to work within the highway construction trade has the opportunity to do so. So ODOT federal aid contracts have very specific requirements to provide equal employment opportunity and affirmative action for recruiting women and minorities alike. We do have enforcement procedures through compliance reviews, which we kind of perform periodically throughout the project. We also have provisions that promote training programs, and we also include provisions that support tribal employment rights on and near tribal lands, which is really prevalent here in Region 5. So kind of diving into that a little bit, the equal employment opportunity, within that lies non-discrimination, which sounds kind of broad, but to kind of dive into it a little bit, you know, the non-discrimination within the recruitment of the people who want to work on these projects, the hiring of the people who want to work on these projects, the wages in which they are paid and what is earned, and also the working conditions that they have to work in. It also includes job assignments, promotions, training opportunities that are available to them, and on the flip side of that, layoffs as well. We ensure that the company has an EEO policy in place, that they have an EEO officer or someone to come talk to if there are questions or concerns, or they want to talk to someone about anything, and that they do provide equal employment opportunity notices, as well as training to make sure that everyone's aware of what's going on. And on the other side of that as well, the affirmative action portion, the affirmative action plan to provide good faith efforts to diversify the workforce to reasonably achieve parity in each of the construction trade in the county of the project. So it does vary a little bit county to county, but across the board here in Region 5, like I said, rural Eastern Oregon, it stays pretty similar. But we do work to maintain a working environment free of harassment, intimidation, or coercion, and ensure that supervisors carry out these obligations and that firms include this in their performance evaluations. So kind of the heart of equal employment opportunity is obviously the non-discrimination and harassment-free workplaces. And affirmative action, kind of the heart of that, is the recruiting and training a workforce from the communities that have a more difficult path to follow to become journey workers. So extending opportunity to everyone that's interested working in highway construction, which is really crucial here in Eastern Oregon. One area of compliance enforcement of the equal employment opportunity and affirmative action provisions are compliance reviews, which are conducted by the Office of Civil Rights. So it is a formal, detailed review of contract compliance for equal employment opportunity and affirmative action. This review is conducted in coordination with the Federal Highway Administration, and it reviews project-specific minority and women workforce participation. So we're looking at the percentages of that, kind of what Max was speaking about earlier. And it reviews EEO compliance and affirmative action good faith efforts. And any finding of non-compliance show cause notice does include an option for a corrective action plan. And really the key to compliance is just proactive outreach and the recruitment of women, minorities, and disadvantaged communities so that opportunities are offered to all Oregonians. So ODOT has been given a goal by the Federal Highway Administration of completing 10% of the work in highway construction related trades with trainees. So projects are evaluated for their ability to support training programs, and those that meet the criteria get assigned a training goal, which is usually a set number of hours to be accomplished with trainees. And ODOT does encourage its contractors to be registered training agents for the Bureau of Labor and Industry, or BOLI as it's referred to, and their apprenticeship programs for the trades that they need. Our contract assigned training hour goals currently include an incentive of $20 per hour for each hour of work completed by an approved trainee. But on the flip side of that, it also includes a disincentive when the goal is not met. And kind of to highlight some of those trades or the training programs that are available are listed there: the laborer, operator, carpenter, electrician, iron worker, cement mason, painter. And if you're not a listed or registered training agent, there is the potential to qualify for an ODOT approved specific on-the-job training program, or an in-house training program as we refer to it. So kind of stepping to the next portion of it is our tribal employment rights offices or ordinances and ODOT contracts. So the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, Warm Springs, and Umatilla Indian Reservation have each developed tribal employment rights ordinances, or TARO, for these programs. And obviously the most prevalent one here in Region 5 is the Umatilla. So ODOT has assigned separate memorandums of understanding with each tribe, kind of in order to recognize and support tribal sovereignty, and really to take advantage of federal rules that allow ODOT to extend tribal employment rights on federally aided ODOT contracts beyond the boundary of the reservation. So the tribes and people that I work with, I know they work really hard to train and develop a ready construction workforce. And we'll work with ODOT to assign a tribal employment goal for the qualifying projects. So on these projects, the tribes will work with contractors to identify employee needs, and they'll match with available qualified tribal workers. And the tribes use the funding through compliance fees to pay for the training programs and office management to maintain and also improve their construction workforce. So the memorandums of understanding basically defines the relationship between ODOT and the tribe's TARO program, and extends that tribal employment rights boundary to a 60-mile boundary. It's listed there under the U.S. Code Title 23, Section 140. And TARO directors and ODOT Civil Rights Manager are the administrators of this program. So that's kind of finishing up with the contract provisions related to civil rights and workforce development. And now we'll kind of describe the more traditional workforce development program. So federal law provides Oregon with an option to use some of the federal highway funding on workforce development for the construction trades that support highway construction. The Oregon legislature passed a law that directs ODOT to execute a highway construction workforce development program that works to increase diversity through outreach, recruitment, training, and support to registered apprentices. So that's kind of where field coordinators in the Office of Civil Rights really comes into play there. So within our workforce development program, ODOT and BOLI have an agreement on it. Like I talked about, the outreach, recruitment, and pre-apprenticeship, the support and retention of these employees and people who are interested in doing these programs. And it really focuses on minorities and women. And the Office of Civil Rights was given the responsibility for the program. And we partner with BOLI, who manages the program through its contractors and other partners to provide outreach, recruiting, and pre-apprentice training, and also supportive services for those that make it easier, that make it into the registered apprenticeship programs. So this is a quick list of some of BOLI's partners for recruiting and pre-apprenticeship programs. Kind of the one that I wanted to highlight that's here in Region 5, Baker Technical Institute. They've got some really cool stuff going on over there. So if you want to head over to their website, you can kind of see some of the different things that they're doing. But that's kind of the main one here in Region 5. And this is a flyer that's put out through BOLI. But as advertised in this flyer, once a trainee has made it into an apprenticeship program, we do offer additional support to help keep them in their programs by helping with a number of things, with funds for work supplies and tools, childcare funding, counseling and mentoring. There's also travel and lodging assistance, as well as some hardship assistance, such as emergency car repair or emergency housing funds. And this is kind of a portion that not a lot of people or contractors know about. So I would definitely encourage you to look more into this if you have apprentices or people interested in it. So, and just some of the support and retention partners that we work with that I just kind of talked about on that flyer. The Oregon Tradeswomen, they offer graduate support. Akana, they provide some of the support services and retention, and a community services agency with their hardship assistance, and Department of Human Services help support with the child care, and much like the Oregon Tradeswomen, Portland Youth Builders help with the graduate support. So that's kind of everything that I kind of briefly highlighted. Like I said, I'm the field coordinator here for Region 5. So if you have any questions, concerns, or want to learn anything, we have a lot of resources like Max talked about. So feel free to reach out to me at this number, and also my direct supervisor, Cy, his number and email is listed there. So feel free to reach out with any questions. Like I said, I'm new to ODOT, I'm new to Oregon. So if I don't have the answer for you right away, I have a good team to get an answer for you. So.
Thank you
questions?
so much, Rex.
Yeah, of course. Any questions?
I don't see any in the chat, so I think we are good. And thank you for leaving all of your contact information, and anybody can contact you at those links. So next up, we have Carol Cottingham.
Thank you, Hallie, and everybody else. And I will do a little bit of introducing myself while I share a screen. My name is Carol Cottingham. I also work in ODOT Office of Civil Rights. My position is Intermodal Civil Rights Programs Manager. And can you see the PDF now, Hallie?
Yep.
All right. So I'm Intermodal Civil Rights Programs Manager, and I've gotten to do this and other versions of presenting with my civil rights colleagues. I get to be glad that I'm at the end, because a lot of things I can say, I can just reference what you've heard earlier today, both from civil rights, but even all of the procurement information from this morning. And I know it's a long day on Zoom, so I'll go through kind of explaining what makes intermodal civil rights different. So first of all, intermodal civil rights is means that I'm working mostly with our public transportation division, so things that are funded through Federal Transit Administration. But public transportation is also now, from ODOT standpoint, is also includes active transportation and all these other connections. So things like your Safe Routes to School program, bike ped elements that are not in a highway program, as well as additional sort of connections and multimodal transfer points. As far as how public transit works in Oregon, ODOT is not a public transit provider. You know, we don't own ODOT buses that go around the state, but we do get a lot of money from Federal Transit Administration, and then we take on the role of distributing it to anywhere from 70 to 90 different subrecipients throughout Oregon to deliver different levels of public services. And there we go. So as far as how that functions, the number one thing is that there's always a combination of state and FTA funds. And that slide, I should update this. It should just say a combination of funds, because there's also often local matching funds from either counties or city governments. But still, by having that federal amount in there, a lot of the things like the federal DBE program will be something that the providers have to abide by. And with that, there is a DBE goal. So Max described ODOT's DBE program, including the highway goals, and that, talking about the disparity study just a little bit ago. Under the same DBE program, we have a separate triennial goal. This is a 3-year statewide goal of 4.25%. And that target is something that is set, but we achieve it by working with, largely by working with all these providers around the state. ODOT does let some money, mostly for planning, but otherwise, all of this money we're giving out to these providers who we provide assistance to keep their services running. And then finally, because of that, most of these opportunities are let locally. So as I go on a little bit later, of course, again, we've heard about Oregon buys, and COVID certifications are coming up after this. But the main thing is that to find out how to work with transit, you're going to be going to some of those places, but you also really need to get to know your local, either procurement in the city or getting to know who's at the transit agency. So common bidding opportunities. For the large part, there is construction in transit, but it is something that a capital construction project is not an ongoing thing. Capital construction or even improvements is something that might happen one year and not the next. It might happen at one agency, you know, in Northeast, and then it might be somewhere down in like Malheur or something like that 2 years later, as people upgrade facilities like bus barns and shelters and other facilities like that. But the main thing that happens in transit is it is ongoing services that we're supporting. So because of that, if there are things that you can start contracting with, it'll be something that might be going on month to month or year to year. Right at the top, public outreach, planning, logistics. These are things that ODOT does directly contract, but all of our providers do a lot of contracting on this. In particular, because we have the way that they're funded is also through grants. And there's lots of pilot projects and lots of ways to try new things. And all of those things require different sort of planning, public outreach, and other support just to get the services going or changed. Transit providers do quite a bit of printing, design. There's a lot more web and app design and other technical resources needed now. Vehicle maintenance is important. Purchase service is providing, it's where you might see buses, but they're operated not by the public entity, but there's a private company that's doing all of the vehicles and drivers. And then again, of course, facility maintenance and new technology and infrastructure. This is an area that there's, as I've been doing these presentations, basically in the last year, I keep wanting to get out there, which is, I don't know what some of the new contracting opportunities are going to be next year or two, but I do know that from the federal level where we're getting a lot of the money to support services, including in rural areas, the Federal Transit Administration is really open to evolving what transit looks like and trying out new things. So some of those pilot projects might be around in areas where there's a fare. You know, we might be going to electronic fares or, again, different apps and software applications. There's also a lot of incentives to be upgrading fleets. So whether you're converting diesel vehicles or gas vehicles, and you're switching to piloting an alternative fuel. So those happen on one level, but once those start happening, there is a construction element typically. So if they're going to need to start changing facilities to work with all of this. So, and along those lines, just since COVID and then the current federal administration, we're seeing a lot more things coming out that will be new. Where to find these opportunities? As I mentioned, most of them would be something that would be posted in ORPN or Oregon Buys, but it will depend on who's letting it, in which case you really need to know who's in your region. So there's Northeast Oregon Transit is run by Community Connections, but they actually provide quite a bit of transit in Eastern Oregon. But how they're supported is sort of through a diverse set of entities. So where you see city and county governments below, you might see People Mover, you might see Kayak, you might see Northeast Oregon Transit vehicles. But the contracting can come out of many different entities, including the counties and cities. And then finally, back to what we talked about this morning with procurement rules, a lot of these, some of these smaller services are going to be things that don't necessarily need to be posted. So they might fall in the purchasing rules where even if it's a maintenance, facility maintenance thing, they might not have to go to full bid. They can be done on the small contracting side. So if this is an area you want to get to start finding ways to bid on, you really need to develop the relationship with who is letting the contract, or who is the person who makes the call when they need some emergency services. And since there are so many different providers, the best way to get in that contact is reaching out to me at Intermodal Civil Rights. And then I can talk more specifically with you one-on-one about the services you provide and who might be looking for those. And then also we have a regional transit coordinator. And in Region 5, Frank Thomas has been the region transit coordinator for many years. And right now he's on rotation. I don't know who the backfill is because that just happened in the last couple of weeks. So you certainly can go to me. I'll have all my information. I can drop it in the chat, but also we can share all this afterwards. And that's all I've got. If there's any questions, I can't see the chat actually.
Does not look like we have any questions in the chat. Looks like Hallie stepped away for just a quick second, so I'm gonna stand in. I think we can go ahead and pivot to COVID to go ahead and take us home for the rest of the day. So it looks like I see Daniel Jackson on the line. Daniel, are you ready to roll here?
It helps if I take myself off mute. All right, let's see here. Just one moment, folks. Can you see my screen?
Not quite yet. You may be sharing the other one.
Okay, I'm seeing my PowerPoint. Does everyone else see it?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
We can see you,
Right.
but not your PowerPoint.
Okay. Sorry for this.
There you go.
Okay, there we go. Excellent. So for those that don't know me, my name is Daniel Jackson. I'm a certification specialist with the Office for Business Inclusion and Diversity. We do the certifications for the state, so the emerging small business, minority and woman certifications, as well as disadvantaged business enterprise, and the ACDB, which is the airport concessions arm of the DBE program. So I'm going to move through, do an overview, and then open it up for questions to see if there's any additional information that would be beneficial. So let's just dig in. One moment here. Come on. There we go. So certification is a tool. In Oregon, we do not have set-asides at the state level for certifications, unlike other states. So these certifications are designed to help firms get contracts by encouraging procurement efforts to utilize firms that hold these certifications. The exception being the Emerging Small Business Program, which has been touched on briefly already. Okay, sorry here, folks. I'm trying to figure out why I can't see what you're viewing. Are you still seeing the presentation on your end?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Sorry, the view is doing something weird on my side. So the certifications, as I said, there's the federally funded certifications and then the state funded is how to think of it, as broken out by the color of money used to fund the certifications and the projects that they apply to. So when you're dealing with federal dollars that apply to a state contract, then you're going to be looking at the DBE program. For state-funded state contracts, so if you're looking either from the state or from municipalities, so the cities or counties, you're going to be looking most likely at the state certifications being used, so the minority, woman, service-disabled veteran certifications. Yeah. So would your business benefit from being certified? So there's a couple different ways that it can help. Obviously, with government contracting opportunities, especially if you are in construction or any related service to construction, it's going to be helpful. Also, it helps draw attention to your firm because it puts you in our publicly facing database, and also helps just with overall marketing by allowing you to show that you have been recognized as being qualified for this certification, which some people find helpful with their marketing efforts. There's also educational opportunities and other business resources for certified firms to help you grow your business, stabilize it, and just make your business a more robust enterprise as a whole. Not to mention all the nifty networking opportunities that come up like this meeting here. So to get certified, you just start at the website. It shows right here. So the orcobid.com. In Oregon, applying for certification is free. Now, there's no cost associated with it. This is not the case in all states. So if you were to apply in, say, Washington, it can cost a few $100s, and it really varies state to state. Each state has taken a different approach on this one, but it costs nothing here. So if you're applying for certification in Oregon and you see that there's a fee associated, you're probably on the wrong site. Now, we try to efficiently process certifications. We shoot for 60 to 90 days for processing applications as they come in, and your application will be assigned to a cert specialist that'll be reaching out to you, like myself or one of my teammates, to assist you with walking through the process. And our goal is to make it as painless as possible to get you through, get you certified, and to make sure that all the certifications you qualify for are in place so you get the most benefit out of this entire process. So you can upload your files directly to the website. It's through a third-party secure encrypted server, so your information is really safe to submit. You don't have to worry about that. People do not have access to your tax documents or any of the other documents that we request to review. So some of the things that we request, your 3 years of taxes for the business. And what we're going to be looking for is gross revenue, going to be looking for how the business is organized, who is the owner according to the tax documents, making sure that it matches up with the information that you've provided in the application. And just in general, looking for anything that could be a hurdle to getting certified. For the disadvantaged business enterprise and the ACDB as well, we also look at 3 years of personal taxes, since those are means tested, meaning that there is a wealth component that we evaluate. So you can't be let's just say, excessively wealthy and qualify for the firm. The caps for those is that you can't make over $350,000 a year personally and can't have a net worth in excess of 1.32 million. And that does not include your house or the applicant business. So if you own more than one business, you do have to count the businesses other than the one that's applying. So you have to submit your full tax forms. Now, proof of citizenship or naturalization, permanent resident card, you have to be able to prove legal status in the United States in order to apply for certification. So this could be a challenge if someone is a DACA recipient, but we do collect proof of citizenship, so either birth certificate, naturalization paperwork, passport, etc. We collect a current resume because we'll talk about that a little bit more here in a bit, but looking at what skills you have and what your background is to make sure it matches with the field of work that you're doing. One of the challenges that we've ran into is firms applying where the qualifying individual is not the one that's actually providing the services and doesn't have the capacity to provide the services, so they aren't eligible for certification. The resume is one of the things that we look at to verify the skill sets of the qualifying owner. Now, also group membership, so ethnicity or gender. So obviously driver's license, birth certificate are things that we look at, as well as documentation such as parents' birth certificate, tribal card in the case of those that are First People, Native Americans. And so we do need to be able to see that you are a member of the group that you're claiming to qualify for minority status. With that in mind, please realize that we do not accept 23andMe or any of the other genetic testing ancestry type site reports as evidence of your nationality. We do need to see documentation of government paperwork of some sort where it states what your ethnicity and group membership is. Lastly, we request to see your licenses that are required for completing business. So if you're in construction, obviously we want to see your CCB. We're going to want to look at any other requirements that may be included. So if the license is required by law, we're going to want to take a look at it. Some of the issues, as I started to mention with the resume, technical competence is one of the big reasons that we see firms applying that qualified. So if you are the owner of the firm, you need to be skilled in the core scope of work that you're providing. So if you're a carpentry firm, you need to have some experience with carpentry. If you are running heavy equipment, doing site excavation, you need to know how to run a dozer and you need to have experience running the heavy equipment that's utilized. If you're a welder, same thing, we're going to be wanting to see some ASE certifications. So it's just, we need to be able to see that you are competent in the scope of work that is being performed by your firm. That doesn't mean that you need to be skilled in everything. I'm looking at you, general contractors. So if you just need to have experience in some of the core areas that are being provided. And we talked about the citizenship. The last point, the control of the firm. Who is in control? So not only in person, but also looking on paper. So say, for instance, the bylaws of your firm, we do review those. If the bylaws of the firm say someone can overrule you or you can't take actions in your firm without permission of non-qualifying partners, that's going to be a challenge. So we look at the bylaws to make sure that you have control of the firm and have the right to control every aspect of the firm, and making sure that that meshes with what we've seen and what you've told us that you do on the day-to-day operation within your company. The next slide, a little bit of a visual depiction of what we look at. So we look at management and control, the size of the business. There are size caps for how big the business can be. We've talked about the ownership of the firm. And then the last one is shovel ready that we haven't addressed. We don't certify concepts. Your business needs to be ready to go. If you were to be offered a job today, could you do it? If the answer is no, because you don't have the equipment, you still have some licenses to get in place, things like that, yeah, certification isn't ready for you yet. You need to go through and get those pieces in place. So that way, when you're in the database, that is us saying to both prime contractors and to government agencies that this firm has the pieces in place that are needed in order to move forward with bidding different opportunities. So there are loads of opportunities to contract with state government, so with ODOT and with other agencies, and you would be surprised the number of things that are contracted for. So obviously construction, engineering, etc., metal fab. Some of the stranger ones, food products that we've seen, emergency housing, tents, signage is a big one. There's, let's see here, probably the strangest one I've seen recently. Let's see. Oh, the contract with Oregon Zoo for frozen rats was interesting. And so there's a variety of things that get purchased. So if your firm is not in construction, don't think that this program isn't for you. There are opportunities for pretty much anything that the government buys. So there's no catch to applying. As I said, it is free to apply for our certifications, and the services that we offer are free. We try to make sure to connect you with any other services that could be beneficial for your firm. So if you have questions about how to bid, we can try to get you in contact with someone from SBA. If you're not sure who to talk to from a given department about the requirements for doing work with a specific department, we can try to connect you with individuals from that department. So we really try to make sure that if there's information you need to move forward, that we do our best to make sure that you have the pieces you need to be successful. So in order to apply, you can call our office directly. We do have someone checking the voicemail. Thank you, COVID. We're not working out of the office, we're all working remotely, but we do have someone checking the phone multiple times a day. And you can also contact the search specialist assigned to process your application anytime. We all have cell phones that we check throughout the day, Monday through Friday. Feel free to reach out and ask any questions that you may have. So our process, you submit the application, we review it, we'll contact you if there's any missing documentation. And then the final step is with our compliance team that reviews the application and the recommendation from the search specialist to make sure that everything is in compliance with state and federal law. Once they agree that everything is in line, they hit the approve button. It immediately goes to the live database and you are visible as a certified firm. Our database is live update. So if you search and they're there and a firm is in the database, they are certified. If someone is decertified, which does happen from time to time, they are immediately removed from the list as soon as we push the button. So what that means is that if you're looking for a sub that is a certified firm, run a search directly. Don't use a printed off list that you've taken from the database previously, because there could have been changes. There might be more firms. A firm that you've used before may no longer be certified. So please make sure that you're running a fresh search each and every time. So once you're certified, there is recertification every year. So the first 2 years out of 3, it's a simple process. You sign a document saying there's been no changes to the ownership, services, or location of the firm, and you submit the current tax year's documentation. Every 3rd year, however, is a full review where we go through the entire process again to ask all the questions to make sure nothing got missed and that we're really providing the most whole and complete picture in your certification profile of what your firm offers and what you do. So if you have any changes, just report them within 30 days. When you log into your dashboard, there's an option to report a change. That could be as simple as you've added a new type of service to your firm, or you've changed to a new office. It could be that you've added a new key person or brought on a new partner. Anything of that nature, you would just report through the change portal and we go from there and process it on our end. So if you are denied, you apply and we come back and say, yeah, we don't think certification is for you. There is an appeal process as well for you to go through if you want to challenge that decision. That is a quick overview of certification and the process that we go through. Are there any questions about how to utilize your certification, what your current certification looks like, or how to go about getting new certifications?
Great. Well, thanks, Daniel. I don't see any questions in the chat. I'll keep an eye on it here for the next minute, but if that's it, then I just want to say thanks to everyone for attending Region 5, doing business with ODOT. This is the last of actually 5 that we've done. So thanks to all the presenters as well. Just keep in mind all the great content that we have today as well. And this will be uploaded at some point. I think because the meeting is technically it's one giant 8-hour meeting. It takes all night and all weekend in some cases to get this uploaded. But all the information will be eventually posted. I believe it goes to OCR's up on OCR's website, but I'll double check with Hallie about that. Still not seeing any questions. So other than that, thanks everyone for your time today, and we'll get everybody out a little bit earlier today. Thanks.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.